how the morning's been. Who said it was working on YouTube? Who said that? Shara Kitty? How's it working on YouTube now? Can you see me? It says YouTube, we're going to start over, then nothing. Should be here on YouTube. Jen?
I'm refresh. You started a new. I see what you did.
Ah, fuck. I started a new one, huh?
Yeah, that's what you did.
Yeah, that's what I did. I didn't even think about that. I thought it would automatically do it. I goddamn hate computers with my whole heart. I need a babysitter. I need a grown-up. And
all right. Yeah, it looks like something started. I'll find it. All
right. TikTok, we're still banned. Tried to go up on our backup TikTok account. It won't let us do that either. So I don't know what's going to happen with TikTok. Let me check, actually. I haven't checked notes this morning. No update on TikTok yet. Retired IT guy. Do you want to come live with me? That's the problem. There's plenty of people who can help. I just never know. Like today, we tried to go live, and it's just like, it gave me a whole new error that I had never seen before. I refuse to join any other platform or social media. That's good enough. We can set up remote software. We have Jen can set it up. She has it remotely. I don't know what it is. I swear to God, I'm cursed. I've got to be. Switch to Twitch from YouTube, formerly Kurt Rogers. Okay. Oh, Brother Bob said, oh, good. Well, welcome, everybody. It might be a lower participation rate this morning. Going to end up with an IT degree. Yeah, doubt it. Sorry for the late start this morning. I don't know if it's an ADHD thing for sure, but also ever since COVID, every once in a while, I'll get some pretty severe brain fog. Generally when I'm not sleeping enough or eating healthy, and if I look back on my week, I'm like, oh, I ate like shit and didn't sleep enough this week. And so woke up this morning and just couldn't get going, and that's all that happened. That's why we're late. I just couldn't get my brain to work. If anybody has ever dealt with that, if you have any pointers, great. I'm drinking water. I said some nice things about myself. I exercised to try and get the brain going. And I took my meds, and here we are. So there we go. Let's get started. Put it in rice. That'd be dope. It could work. When do you think we're gonna get brain implants? When do you think that's gonna be an available technology to us? How do I get rid of this part over here? Boom. Yeah. I know Elon's supposed to be working on it. Alpha Brain. Okay. Oh, easy, Joe Rogan over there. What I've used other stuff before. I've used like Focus Factor, L-tyrosine is supposed to help. DHEA. That works. Elon's doing it right now. Yeah, in the detention centers. Have I tried a blue chew? Not for my brain. No, I haven't done that. I'll give that a shot next time. I'll just do a 3.5 hour stream fully hard. An orgasm? You know what? I have not tried that to clear the brain fog. Maybe next time I'll try that, but I won't tell you about it. Jen got mad at me this morning already for oversharing. I can't remember what that was about. Jen, why did I get in trouble for oversharing this morning? I don't remember. Might have been.
You like to tell me about your poops.
Oh, that's right. Jen called me while I was pooping. She does that. Thought there was something else I overshared about.
I mean, you'll probably end up sharing that if you did orgasm. That's something you'll probably share.
There's enough like religious shame still deeply embedded in me that I'm still deeply ashamed by that. So that one I won't overshare that one.
All right. Well, I'm fixing. Yeah, you started like 2 new streams. That's why I couldn't see it.
Only 2? That's not bad.
Oh yeah. So I'm closing. So the people who are waiting for you on YouTube, everything went private, so they're not seeing there. I'll have to close out the other one. So
yeah, it's just all Twitchers in here. I did hear. I don't know what happened with Admir and Z-Pack. Admir did message me to call him last night at like 8:30. I didn't even see it. Jen told me something. I don't fucking care at all. Like there is not a single part of me that cares about that at all. Abner can say what he wants. Z-Pack can say what they want. I legitimately don't care. I think it's kind of fun. It doesn't bother me. I know some of you don't like Admir. I don't give a shit about what Admir says. I don't know if he likes me or not. I've never had an issue with him. I've never really had an issue with Z-Pack either. They seem to have their own little beef, which has been kind of funny. He lost his bid for integrity. I don't know what he said. I have no idea what he said. I just know that he and Z-Pack have a long-standing beef. You want to yeet him into a pool? Can he swim? I don't know if he's a good swimmer. I don't know. I'm just responding to the chat. I don't know what happened with Z-Pack. I just know they were beefing yesterday, and I think they tried to bring me into it. Maybe today I'll choose violence later on and just go fuck with everybody. We'll see how my mood improves throughout the day. If I'm in a bad mood at the end of the day, you may see me on TikTok. Now that I know I'm perma-banned on my main account, we may not ever get that back. Our days may be numbered on TikTok anyway, so if he's bad at swimming, you won't eat him. Yeah, thank you. I like that. We'll see what happens. Is it in tea time? Did you guys cover it in the tea time part of the? Let's just see. Let's have a fun day today. We don't have the Epstein files yet. I do have a good show laid out for you, but we'll get to that. What is in tea time here? Oh, is it Danger too? Is he after it? Danger. I tried to talk to Dane the other day. I thought he was. I thought he and I were cool. He just drunkenly yelled at me for a while, and then I was like, "All right, I'm gonna take off." All right, I don't have enough time to read this. I'll read Tea Time later. If you're in Discord, you can go read the Tea Time channel, and it'll tell you all the drama. I do like Tea Time. It's a good way to not engage in the drama, but know what's going on. Amir's brisket diet would sink him like a rock. Any mod here can give you access to the Discord. Just DM any of the mods here. You can put up a message asking who the mods are, and they can help you with that. I only get off on abuse when it's from Jen. No, Jen just terrifies me into awkwardly laughing. I still hate being abused by Jen, but I'm terrified of her. All right. I came across this earlier on Twitter today. Thought it was interesting because I found a new correlation. So there's a bunch of people talking about like birth rate, including Arthur McWaters. I don't know about him. I'm just going to guess. Yeah, American maximalist. He's exactly who I thought. Okay, red pillar, probably Groiper adjacent. Said in the past, birth rates were falling mainly due to couples having fewer children. Today, the decline is mainly due to fewer couples. You can see here the birth rate. They're very upset about that declining. Here's the fertility rate. How do we measure fertility rate, by the way? Does anybody know how I guess, estimate of average number of babies a woman would have in her lifetime? Is that a fertility rate? Okay, so that's just the total. So we were up at almost 4 in the 1960. Now we're down to, I don't know, 1.6. How many of you, raise your hand if you are a woman and you have less than 1.6 babies? You guys are ruining everything. The argument that they're trying to make here is that as people get more wealthy, they stop having babies. And I actually made my own graph this morning with data compiled from multiple sources. And you can see here that I've taken what their claim is, which is the fertility rate here. And you can see that dropping. And what they say that having too much money is what causes it to drop. Looks like there's a confluence here. It looks like as wealth inequality goes up, the fertility rates drop. Don't pretend you guys aren't impressed that I made a graph this morning. There you go. Yeah, stickers. Oh, fuck. You can't see it. God damn it. This is so cool, though. I am sharing a graph. Fuck. There it is. That's the graph. I made this. I don't need to be made fun of today. Sorry. I made that. But you can see here, if you're going to draw a correlation, maybe we want to start studying wealth inequality. The problem that conservatives have is that their ideology of no taxes, no government interference brushes up against the fact that nobody will have children with them, and they don't really know how to square those two things. Thank you, Bruno. Thank you, Bruno. What if you can't see anything? I am sharing my grogs. Thank you. Put it right on your fridge. And by the way, when I say I made this graph, I mean I told AI to make it for me, and I gave them the input. I have no idea how to do this. If you told me go make a graph, I wouldn't be able to make it. But Perplexity helped me make this. I just gave them the inputs. Thank you. That's all I really wanted was a little bit of praise this morning. Thank you, guys. I needed that. Okay. That graph got deleted. Jen, did you or whoever did? I don't know if you deleted the graph off the outline or if I accidentally did, but we can drop that in the Discord for you. All right. Republicans, if there are any in here, I want you to know that nobody gives a fuck what you think in your party. They are now going to tell you what to think. We don't have Republican primaries for 2028. People haven't even declared that they're running. JD Vance hasn't declared that he's running. In fact, there's a Supreme Court case right now regarding the money that JD Vance has set aside, and they're claiming that because he hasn't announced he's running, it's okay. But Turning Point USA has decided as of yesterday that they are squarely behind JD Vance in 2028, and I think this is Erica Kirk's audition for being First Lady.
We're going to ensure that President Trump has Congress for all 4 years. We are going to get my husband's friend, JD Vance, elected for 48 in the most resounding way possible.
They don't really want you to go through the primary process, Republicans. They're telling you who's going to win. And they're telling everybody here, here's who we have chosen to take over after. This, I mean, when I was Mormon, this is how Mormonism works. They just tell you who's next. All right, the next leader is, same with Catholicism. No vote, no democracy. These folks have just fully embraced fascism. They've entirely abandoned democracy. They're cheering now. They're just being told, here's who you will vote for. Nobody knows what he's running on. Nobody knows who's running against him. All they know is he's part of the current cult leadership, and they want a succession. I feel like Dems do this every time, too, though. I don't know who has ever done this on the Democratic side. We don't even have a Turning Point USA. We don't have an organization even remotely as big or as influential as this on the left. You killed her husband, but she's a dictator. I did. I took out Charlie Kirk. My bad. I didn't even know, dude. It's crazy. I was just live streaming when I did that. I didn't know that I took out Charlie Kirk. You guys knock that off. You Republicans need to knock that off. I'm tired of pretending that what you say is sane. A kid raised by MAGA parents killed Charlie Kirk. If you want to believe Candace Owens, maybe it was his own people, maybe it was Israel, maybe it was Egyptians, if you want to believe her. The one thing we know for certain is that a Democratic operative did not kill Charlie Kirk. That's something we know without a doubt. There's no link to Democrats. You just like, oh, he cared about a trans person, therefore it was you guys. Stop it. Stop just like forcing yourself to accept fascism. That's what you're doing right now. You're watching something weird and uncomfortable, and you want to talk about us killing Charlie Kirk. I don't know. This grieving widow thing doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But she made it more uncomfortable because what everybody was thinking when she said that is like, wait, isn't that the guy that everybody thinks you're having an affair with? And then she later on made jokes about how she hugs people. Yeah, you're the fascist. How are we fascist, graduate? I'm going to be a little less loose or a little more loose on deportations today. Feel free to explain to us how we're fascists. It's tough for us to be fascist. We're openly advocating for democracy. We also don't have a leader. We clearly don't have a leader over here, which you need. In order for fascism, one thing that everybody agrees on is in order for fascism to exist, you have to be able to unify around like a singular leader. We can't rally around anybody. Who is our leader? Silence, like free speech. Yeah, I hear you, bud. I know. Get them all out. Antifa, there you go. Get them all out. There we go. Antifa is anti-fascist. Gradual decay. How can we both be fascist and anti-fascist? We have our own organization is fighting fascism because actually that would kind of make sense with why we're inept. That's a wild thing to say. Relax, bud. But let's let you get all these out. Get all the talking points out, and then maybe once you've got them all out, you can listen for a minute. Antifa burns books and attacks speakers. Cool. Keep going, bud. Everybody pay attention to gradual decay here. We're going to give him an opportunity to sell us. Okay, so Antifa burns books and attacks speakers. Got it. I don't know what books they burned. Could you tell me about that? The last book burnings I saw were Republicans. But burning books is not an element of fascism either. That's just a thing that people do sometimes. Do you have any other ones, bud? Let's get these all out. Occupy Democrats. Occupy Democrats has nowhere near the sway of Turning Point USA. Did you get them all out? Okay, I think you got them all out. All right, bud. Now that you've gotten them all out, there is a rule here that as we go through the show today, you need to stay on topic. So now that you got all the talking points out, as we go through the show for the rest of the day, do your best to stay on topic and only respond to things that we say. And if I'm showing you a clip that's uncomfortable for you, don't immediately say a Democrat's name. Otherwise, because this is not a free speech zone, we do have to deport you. Okay, so you need to assimilate. But I gave you a little leeway there. Majority of political violence in the last 10 years has been Democrats. Okay. All right, but that's your last one, though. From now on, anything you say that isn't related to our topics, we have to mute you for 2 minutes at a time when you say things that aren't on topic, okay? Thanks for being here. Love you. Hegseth is an idiot, but Hegseth just said that if we go to war, by the way, great news if you're ADHD, you are not going to be put into the Army.
These have been historic recruiting numbers. You guys have all delivered. And I know it's not easy on the basic ingredients on recruiting that too many of our young people are too fat or too dumb or not dumb, that's wrong. We're just not educating them properly, or they've got criminal records or ADHD, or all these other things. There's a lot of things contributing to what someone may or may not qualify to get into the military. These have
great. Yeah, fucking great. He has no idea what he's talking about. What are the rules? Do you have to hit certain fitness requirements now? What are the fitness requirements for joining the military? They put those in place? Take a look here. You must meet height and weight standards and pass a physical fitness test. Okay, so that's the new one. What is the test? For the Marines, you have to do push-ups, plank holds, deadlifts, hand release, push-ups, pull-ups. You have to be able to run 1.5 to 3 miles. Army is 3 rep max deadlift, power throw, hand release, push-ups. Is that like the clap push-ups? Sprint, drag, carry, plank, 2-mile run. Marines is pull-ups plus those. Air Force is 1 minute push-ups, 1 minute of sit-ups, 1.5 mile run. Okay. Cool. Yeah. They didn't make you pass a fitness test before? I don't know. I never tried to join the Army. Did you have to pass a fitness test? Or did you just have to go through basic? Yeah, I think Keg's Breath can probably meet those. He can do some weird pull-ups, if that's what you want to call them. Truth hurt? No, truth not hurt. Truth not hurt. Gradual, enjoy your first 2-minute mute. And again, I asked you to stay on topic. So 2-minute mute there for gradual decay. You got to stay on topic, bud. All right. I just wanted to show. I don't have really much to add to that. I just think that he just said that you can't have ADHD and join the military. Cool. I'm good with that. Sorry if any of you have ADHD and wanted to join the military. You're fucked now. This clip's been circulating. I think it might have been MAGA Cult Slayer. No, it's Susie Rizzo reposted it. This is what it feels like to be all of us every single day dealing with MAGA and whoever that guy is that's shouting talking points. This is what it feels like all the time.
We're trying to get a feel for people where they stand on the issues. Do you believe schools should be teaching critical race theory?
No.
Why not?
I feel like, honestly, it brings about more racism, bringing more issues around that don't need to be.
What is critical race theory for people that don't understand it?
See, I really don't even know. I'm assuming. Can you explain it a little bit to me, honestly?
Yeah. Do you think Americans should ban fracking?
No.
You don't?
No.
Do you feel strongly about fracking?
That's a good question.
Not to drill this point home, but people that are...
This guy has, but when he goes on and debates with somebody, he never admits that he's wrong. Come on, guy. MAGA should change their slogan to, come on. Because that's mostly what their arguments are at this point. The other night, that's how our debates ended. I don't remember if it was Janae or Stacy, whoever. They wound up just going, come on, I can't do this anymore. I quit. And the other two ended with, come on, you really believe this?
Are involved in fracking, what are they doing?
I don't know.
Do you think Trump or Harris would be better for the GDP?
Well, Trump's going to be better at anything than her. She can't even speak, let alone look at you. I mean, yeah,
she couldn't say words. She couldn't even look at people. It's crazy. This is the level, like this, when you're a dipshit, you can't explain anything. You just have to talk about your opposition as if they can't speak or talk. Speak or see. Couldn't even look at you. This is the base of the party right here.
not good for anything.
In terms of the GDP, do you think she has an understanding of what it is? Do you think she could even define it?
Probably not.
Can you?
No.
Do you think we need to keep socialism out of the government?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah. Don't end up like Canada. No.
How about Marxism?
Marxism? No.
You don't think we should?
Nah.
For people that don't understand Marxism, how would you even describe it to them?
Marxism, it's putting a point on somebody that, it's kind of a judgment thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of basically, it's a stereotype.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. That was honest, actually. That is how MAGA uses socialism and Marxism. Because they don't know what it means. He's being honest. They just use it as an insult. They don't know what it means. They're just like, oh, you're on the left? Socialist, Marxist. What does that mean? Doesn't matter. Just really doesn't matter. I can't see super chats that are coming through, so Jen will have to help me with that. Ryan said, for the great show and to help with the poop, get a bidet, best money spent. I have one. I just haven't installed it yet. Jeff said, I'm so broke that I may not eat this month, but if it's cut off, Jen. I didn't get the rest of that one. Amy said, where is T-corn most consumed? Where is trans corn most consumed, and what are the stats on Grindr when Republicans are near? The right has more fetish for the T group. True. I'm assuming you're responding to someone who's angry about trans people in the chat there.
I believe the deep state needs to be stopped.
Deep state. Yeah, but how do you do it? Who knows? It's like saying we need to sweep the sand at the beach. I mean, you know.
What is the deep state?
Good question.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't
We got to stop them. What is it? No idea. I just know that it's bad.
know. I've never met them. They're real secretive, the some bitches.
A lot of people have conflicting feelings about DEI. What's your main takeaway?
DEI, I think it's a good thing as long as you don't misuse it. When you misuse it, then I think it's a bad situation.
What does it stand for?
The DEI?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I don't know.
Do you think we should ban DEI?
That's debatable. Very debatable.
Very debatable. And what is it for people that don't know?
About the DEI?
Yeah.
I just think it's too corrupted. Or at least that's what is projected. Is that a theory correct?
That's just what they think about everything. These are the biggest simpletons you'll ever meet. MAGA is just a group of people thoroughly convinced of a bunch of ideas with absolutely no proof.
Corrupted?
What is it?
That's a good question. What is it to you?
What is it to me? I mean, it's pretty much the acronym, what it stands for, I think. Yeah.
The DEI? Yeah, then that's what it is.
That's what it is. It is what it is.
It is.
And it is those three letters.
Yeah.
Do you think we should ban DEI?
I think so.
You do?
I think so. I think that we should take control over everything. I mean,
Yeah, she was thinking DEA, I think.
that Donald Trump needs to rearrange everything.
Including DEI?
Everything.
For people that don't understand, what is DEI?
Well, they need to really dig in
Yeah.
and find out what it is.
The D is for digging. The I is for in. And the E is for dig in. I think that's what DEI is.
Everybody
You know,
needs to figure
everybody
it
eats hamburgers, but nobody knows where the meat is coming from.
The cows. They're coming from cows. This is what happens when you are educated by MAGA. And I'm actually going to I'll probably jump ahead actually here in a minute to explain this, but there's a real explanation for all of this.
So find out what kind of meat you're eating.
It's cows.
But
And that's what the DEI is.
exactly.
Okay.
That's exactly right.
That's exactly right. Well, it's dig everything into, baby. I don't. Otherwise, it'd be DIE. I don't know. I'm actually going to skip down to this because this is a good transition. It's amazing how many times I think I have this laid out really well, and then something happens in the middle of the live, and I change course. We're going to go way down. We're going to go to 31. Who do we got here today? Kim? Hi, Kim. I'm going to jump to 31. There, you can read these studies. I read this study yesterday. It's outdated. And I chose this video because it's short, and it basically explains it. But she's going to tell you the name of the study. It was a really interesting way. I've been thinking about this all night. The difference between, scientifically, how conservatives and liberals think.
Conservatives versus liberals. Sure, they have different beliefs, but do they also have different personalities? Hey guys, Tara here for D News, and if you live in America, then you know one of the biggest sources of tension in our country is the political divide between conservatives and liberals.
This is an old video. This is like 6 years old. That's why you have those two choices.
I think it's a matter of simple politics, but studies are now showing that fundamental psychological differences could explain why someone leans left or right. In this month's issue of Behavioral and Brain Sciences, there's an interesting discussion surrounding a study that was done by Dr. John Hibbing, which found that conservatives have an implicit negativity bias that might explain their political leanings. Over the past few years, Hibbing has been doing experiments using eye trackers and other devices that can measure people's involuntary responses to different types of images, specifically threatening and aversive stimuli. In one of these studies, he showed people photos of things that are obviously gross, like an open wound with maggots in it, or a spider crawling on someone's face, and then he measured how long it took—
Not those maggots, the other maggots.
People to respond. It turns out people who are conservative react much more rapidly to negative stimuli than liberals do, and Hibbing believes this might have something to do with our evolution. A strong negativity bias, he says, was extremely useful in the Pleistocene, which is the period of time ranging from 2.5 million years ago to roughly 12,000 years ago. During that time, the ability to react quickly to outside threats would have been necessary for our survival. That theory might seem a little far-fetched, but when you actually think about it, it does apply to the conservative ideology. A strong military, an affinity for guns, and a resistance to immigration are all things that naturally coincide with a biological aversion to outside threats. Of course, with any article like this, there's bound to be some naysayers, but what's interesting about this one is that almost every political scientist who had the opportunity to comment on this study agrees with Hibbing's conclusion. And the idea that conservatives and liberals are different people on psychological, physiological, and even
Patrick, I don't know. I don't think this was a funded study. It was at a university. But when you think about what she's saying here, I'm going to go back in history. You can just go back through the history of conservatives versus progressives in this country. Don't think Democrat, Republican. I need everybody here. to throw out Republican and Democrat, because Republicans and Democrats have been conservative or progressive at different times. This is about conservatism versus progressive. I have this friend who he's one of the best people I know. I wouldn't say that he is political, but he is conservative. And as his feed has fed him conservative ideas the last 10 years, he's become more and more concerned with protecting his family, protecting himself. He's like, he hoards ammunition. He's bought a whole bunch of guns. He's doing like survival type stuff. He's going out and doing like training courses. He's learning to build shelter in the wilderness. No disrespect to anybody who does that. I think that that's great. Do your thing. I'm not calling that crazy, but that's the conservative mind in him. It's about fear. And if you think about the messaging that you're given all the time, it's about fear. And that would also mean that there are conservatives who are Democrats. And I'm going to point that out here as we go through the rest of the show, that historically there have been people who might consider themselves progressive, but they're actually conservatives. This type of fear-mongering works on them. Think of every issue for Republicans right now. The way that they're selling every issue is fear. Why do we need to deport people? They're taking their jobs. They're here to hurt you. They're going to replace our culture. Why are we going into Venezuela right now? Oh, because they're poisoning our people. Why can't you have why must we beat the Democrats? Because if we don't, they're going to. Trump literally said, trans all your kids. I don't know what that means. Transgender for everyone. They just scare you into thinking that things are going to change. That's like, this is more about messaging. That that in and of itself is why it seems right now that conservatives are more hysterical than they have been. It's because they get hit with fear-mongering, but what they're being told doesn't match reality. And so when their fear doesn't match reality, their instinct is to say, reality must be distorted. People must be distorting my reality because I'm somebody who trusts my gut and trusts my instincts and my feelings. That's why we have this massive divide right now, and it's really fucking difficult to get people to agree on facts. Because even if you can get people to agree on facts, which is almost impossible, that fear inside of them is going to keep driving them to support the other people who are talking about fear. And that's how you wind up being manipulated and dragged into wars. And that's how we've manipulated Americans historically to support really shitty things.
Genetic levels has become widely accepted. Dr. John Jost is a social psychologist from NYU who was raked over the coals by Republican analysts in 2003 for suggesting that conservatives have a fundamental need for certainty and an intolerance for ambiguity. Back then, research like this was highly controversial, but now, a decade later, it's become so widely accepted that he says it's a virtually inescapable conclusion that the cognitive motivational styles of leftists and rightists are quite different. Obviously, research like this has pretty big implications for modern politics. Are we really capable of having our opinions swayed by even the most well-presented arguments and facts? Or are our political beliefs hardwired into us? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below, and as always, thank you guys for watching.
Hey, think about that. It's a rare person who loses a debate and changes their mind. In fact, most people, when they lose a debate, aren't even aware that they lost a debate, or they think that the person that they debated or the conversation that they had, that person just cheated or they were more prepared. So they hold on to their ideology instead. That's exactly how Republicans believe liberals are. Well, that's silly. But again, Locke, I do want to point out that there are conservatives that are Democrats. So there are Democrats who message in this way to their constituents, the constant fear-mongering, and it works. I think you could say that, like, in some ways, this show sometimes speaks to those people. We're often warning about the dangers of some of the actions of this administration. And we react differently. Somebody who's naturally progressive is going to look at that problem and they're going to think, like, what's the solution? And other people are going to look at that problem and say, woe is me, I need to leave the country. That is a more conservative leaning person. They might just be more swayed by some of the political arguments or the fiscal arguments. So you can have a crossover here. These people exist in both parties, but the entire Republican movement right now is just scaring people. scaring you so much that you don't pay attention to what's happening right now. And this, like, we have historical precedent here. We've seen this all before. Everybody here that's my age or older, maybe even a little younger, you've all seen this before. And there's certain people who have seen it before who are recognizing it, who find themselves at odds with conservatives a lot of times. They might hold conservative values. Fuck, they might even have run for president on the same platform that Trump did, the same ideas that Trump did, and yet their solution is different. One of those people is our good friend Mitt Romney, who wrote an opinion piece in the New York Times today. Sorry in advance. I know you guys hate me for loving Mitt Romney. This is, he said, in 2012, political ads suggested that some of my policy proposals, if enacted, would amount to pushing grandma off a cliff. Actually, my proposals were intended to prevent that very thing from happening. Today, all of us, including our grandmas, truly are headed for a cliff. If, as projected, the Social Security Trust Fund runs out in the 2034 fiscal year, benefits will be cut by about 23%. The government will need trillions of dollars to make up the shortfall. When lenders refuse to loan the money unless they are paid much higher interest rates, economic calamity will almost certainly ensue. Alternatively, the government could print more money, inducing hyperinflation that devalues the national debt along with your savings. Typically, Democrats insist on higher taxes and Republicans insist on lower spending. But given the magnitude of our national debt as well as the proximity of the cliff, both are necessary. Doge took a slash-and-burn approach to budget cutting and failed spectacularly. Europe demonstrates that exorbitant taxes without spending restraint crushes economic vitality and thus speeds how fast the cliff arrives. On the spending cut front, only entitlement reform would make a meaningful difference since programs such as Social Security and Medicare represent the majority of government outlays. No one countenances cutting benefits for current or near retirees, but Social Security and Medicare benefits for future retirees should be means-tested, need-based, and that is to say, and the starting age for entitlement payments should be linked to American life expectancy. And on the tax front, it's time for rich people like me to pay more. Our roughly 17% average tariff rate helps revenue math. Doubling it, which seemed possible shortly after Liberation Day, would further burden lower and middle-income families and would have severe market consequences. I've long opposed increasing the income level on which FICA employment taxes are applied. This year, the cap is $176,000. No longer. The consequence of the cliff have changed my mind. The largest source of additional tax revenues is also probably the most compelling of fairness and social stability. Some call it closing tax loopholes, but the term loopholes grossly understates their scale. Caverns or caves would be more fitting. Consider, for example, the cavern of the capital gains tax treatment at death for those with enormous estates. Let's look at hypothetical scenario using Elon Musk as a proxy. If he had originally purchased his Tesla stock with, say, $1 billion and held it until his death, and if it were then worth $500 billion, he would never pay the 24% federal capital gains tax on the $499 billion profit. Why? Because under the tax code, capital gains are not taxed at death. The tax code provision known as step up in basis, means that when Mr. Musk's heirs got his stock, they are treated as if they are purchasing it for $500 billion. So no one pays taxes on the $499 billion capital gain ever. This unusual provision makes sense when you're talking about helping families keep their family farms, but it's used by billionaires to avoid capital gains taxes. In order to raise more revenue, this cavern must be sealed for mega estates over $100 million. This is a really interesting take for Mitt Romney. Really interesting take. And I'm going to insist, chat, that you stay on topic with what we're talking about here. I'm going to insist. Sealing the estate caverns would also raise more revenue. 1031 exchanges allow a real estate developer to defer and possibly avoid paying capital gains tax on the profitable sale of a building. Depreciating the purchase price of a building, including the debt, shields income from taxes. As with the previous example, hugely profitable real estate properties held at death are not subject to capital gains tax. I presume these provisions were originally intended to stimulate the real estate industry. Today, they insulate multi-billionaires. There are more loopholes and caverns to be explored and sealed for the very wealthy, including state and local tax deductions, the tax rate on carried interest, and charity limits on the largest states at death. It is not that the rich in these cases are cheating the government. They're playing by the rules. But given the potential peril ahead, we need to follow the Willie Sutton rule. Go where the money is. I believe in free enterprise, and I believe all Americans should be able to strive for financial success. But we have reached a point where any mix of solutions to our nation's economic problems is going to involve the wealthiest Americans contributing more. Of course, as a much faster growing economy would save us from the debt cliff, this truism has long rationalized politicians' failure to act. Faster growth, promised with tax cuts, is always just around the corner, but that corner never arrives. Yes, taxes can slow growth, but most of the measures I propose would have a relatively small impact on economic growth. If my party wants to be the one to give working and middle-class Americans greater opportunity, to be the party that is trying to restore some sense of confidence in our capitalist system, this would be a start. That's what a lot of people have been saying for a long time about Republicans. And Republicans do this thing. For example, Bush did this, Trump did this when they raised the amount of taxable income for the estate tax. They raised it to something like, I think it's like 38 million. They say like, oh, it's to protect family farms being passed down from having to sell if they inherit the farm. But that almost never happens. What happens way more often is rich kids inherit a bunch of money, and their parents and their rich parents' friends lobby the government to make that inheritance non-taxable. And so you have this acceleration of inherited wealth, and then add compound interest, and kids are being born that are never going to have to work, ever. And even when that exists, they still also don't pay taxes. Not only do they have enough money that they're never going to have to work again, they don't pay taxes. And if they paid taxes, they would still, a lot of them, have more money than they could ever spend. Some of them, it might make it so that they do have to work. But anybody that isn't dumb, anybody who can do basic math, can look at our scenario in this country and say, look at all of this wealth accumulated at the top. Look at what's happening to the middle class. Look at what's happening to poor people. Where can we get the money? I would ask if any Republicans are here, like, do you have a different idea of where we can get money? How are we going to elevate the middle class? And what is your party's plan for this? Tariffs aren't going to help you if you're middle class. It's a tax that you're paying. It's driving up the cost of your goods. Let's say that Donald Trump's plan goes swimmingly. They're not going to reduce inflation below 2%. There's no shot of that. The Fed wants it at 2%. You already can't afford what you're paying for now. Do you think that these tax cuts are going to raise your wages to the point where you can pay for this? You had, what was it? Combined total inflation under the Biden administration was like 23%. Then we've got close to 3% this year. We're projected about the same next year. So we're looking at another 12% on that. Wages aren't going to keep up with that. Wages didn't keep up during the Trump administration, the Biden administration, and they're not going to keep up now. What is their solution? Think about it, Republicans that are here. Think honestly about this. What are they telling you? What are they spending their time on? Oh, we need to go to war. We need to knock out narco terrorists. We need to build a big ballroom. What are they doing to address this? And there you go, mercenary. Like, don't like tariffs, buy American made. I hear you. I hear you. But what you're doing now is avoiding the point so that you could just throw out a talking point. What are they doing? Somebody here, Republican, please tell me what the plan is. You want us to stop criticizing Trump. You want us to not be divided. You want us to trust in him. I might be able to trust the plan if I knew what the fuck the plan was. Can any of you tell me what the plan is? I'm having a hard time figuring it out. It feels like a rerun. It feels like I've done this before. I don't know if it feels that way to you guys. We'll get to that. Amber said, saw an interesting take from a Dem strategist this morning. If we take Congress, maybe Dems should stroke Trump's ego to get things done. He's so easy to manipulate with flattery. I have no problem with that. I do think that that's a good point, Amber. Sometimes we have to swallow our pride with Trump. Some people are going to have to hold back vomit. I don't give a fuck. If they want to stroke his ego and we get better outcomes, I don't care. I'm willing to make that trade. Larry said RTB bet, New York AG jail time. Oh, we did make a bet on that, didn't we, Larry? Well, all right, listen, you guys are going to fucking hate this. W Larry in the chat. W Larry. I appreciate it, man. Amy said Bondi's own report has 76% of political violence and murder came from the right and 4% from the left. Facts. The rest of that comment from Jeffrey was, I'm so broke that I may not eat this month, but if Jay made a graph. Thank you. I needed that this morning. I really needed that laugh this morning. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that. You can't make me. I know we can't make you, but I can't make you say W, Larry. But I'm giving you a W. I will say this: Larry has stuck around through a lot of shit, and I don't know if we'll ever get Larry, but Larry's listening, and he was at least honest enough to do that. So thank you. All right. Let's give you Republicans some red meat too here. Because I also recognize that Democrats don't have a good plan. I'm going to give you that. And maybe this will give you the opportunity to say, yeah, Republicans don't have a plan either. That's where I feel like we're at with Congress as a whole, with these parties as a whole. And I think that the reason neither party has a plan is because we actually have to make some radical changes. Mitt Romney is right. We have to tax rich people. We have to be honest about what our the outcomes of our tax system, and we have to stop talking about it in general terms. If we refuse to look at it honestly, we will continue to just give tax cuts to rich people. We'll continue to funnel the wealth to them, and they'll be late. They're always late. The whole economy is late right now. We're late on AI. We're late on investing, and we're like stuck in a hype machine where we're looking at the stocks of our biggest companies, and they are completely overvalued, and they have no plan to be profitable, and they've run out of money to be invested, and so now they're going to the government for handouts, and the government, Trump's good at this. He's good at messaging this. They're hiding these handouts. They're telling you it's an investment for your children. We're going to put $1,000 into this investment, and it'll be worth $300,000 when your kid retires. That's cool, right? Like a lot of us want to hear this. Republicans, I'd be like, yeah, that's cool. But they're investing it into overbloated AI companies. These are not profitable companies that they're investing in, and they get to choose where that money goes. So they're going to throw that money into NVIDIA and Intel and hope that this bet pays off, but this is a risky fucking bet. There's been a lot of risky bets that this administration's taken with your money. The $40 billion in currency swaps that we did with Argentina, those aren't paying off. Their currency was supposed to stabilize and then go back up, and our currency was supposed to be stable. Ours has gone down, and theirs has too. It's not looking like it looks like we might lose on that bet. Maybe not the full 40 billion, but we're going to lose billions off of that if something doesn't change. And now we're doing crony capitalism. We're just propping up these big companies. I'll get to that in a second, but I want to run the numbers here from CNN on the popularity of the Democratic Party. If you're a Democrat and you see these poll numbers, understanding what is in front of you, like, this should be the easiest fucking thing in the world if you are a Democrat. If you can't raise your poll numbers as a Democrat right now, you got to go. You just got to go. Trump is a categoric failure. This has been a catastrophe, and you still can't raise your numbers.
Democrats in the minds of the American public are lower than the dead.
Yes, on the Trump accounts, they choose where the money's invested.
See, what are we talking about here? Well, let's take a look. The net approval rating for Democrats in Congress, you said it, Kate Baldwin, the lowest ever. Look at this. Overall, they are 55 points underwater. Their approval rating is south of 20%. It's even worse when you look at independents. Look at this, negative 61.
I agree with you, Leroy. It's a line of credit. The 40 billion is a line of credit. So I think it's been about, like, last I saw, they had used about 12 billion. But that line of credit requires a ROI. So I don't know what we'll wind up losing. I don't know if we can cut it off at some point. But yeah, it's a good point to throw out there that Argentina has not used that full 40 billion yet.
points. That means that their approval rating
The polling is Quinnipiac.
is 61 points lower than their disapproval rating. Quinnipiac has been polling this question for the better part of the 21st century. They have never found Democrats, at least those in Congress, in worse shape than they are right now.
That's independents and overall, but what about Democrats on Democrats?
Yeah, what about Democrats on Democrats? So part of the reason overall is so low is independents are driving it low. But that's not the only reason it's so low. What about Democrats on Democrats? Democrats' net approval rating of congressional Democrats. I want you to keep in mind, they had never rated Democrats negatively until this year. And right now, what are we talking about? We're talking about a net approval rating from Democrats. This is Democrats on Democrats. Their approval rating is actually lower than the disapproval rating, and that is quite the drop from October. I think during the shutdown, there was a bit of a boost for Democrats, right? There was a rallying around the flag effect.
And then they just lost. This is what happened. They're like, hey, we're doing it. We're standing up to the government. And then they're like, nah, just kidding. And now we're here.
Going on. But Democrats did not like how that shutdown turned out. They have returned against Democrats in Congress. And you mentioned Dan Goldman in that intro. One of the reasons that Dan Goldman is in trouble right now in a potential primary against Brad Ladner is because at this point, the Democratic base is so upset with Democrats. So even if Democrats take back Congress, don't be surprised if Dan Goldman ain't there because of numbers like this one.
And this is quite a shift that you're looking at here. I mean, so this gets to the midterms.
I think Dems are in a holding pattern. I think Dems have been in a holding pattern for like 8 years. Most of the Biden administration was a holding pattern. They did a couple of things, but yeah, I agree with that.
Of course. What does this do to Democrats' chances of taking back majorities in Congress?
Yeah, you know, we're talking about it. You mentioned it. What is this? 22-6. That's a 28-point decline falling through the floor. But of course, the question is, can Democrats still take back Congress, even with their ratings as low as this? The answer is yes, but in my mind, it's definitely hurting them. Why do I say that? Because take a look at the generic congressional ballot with a Republican president at this point. Look, Democrats are ahead, but they're only ahead by 4 points. Historically, that is quite weak. At this point in the 2017, 2018 cycle was more than double that at 10 points. The same back during George W. Bush's second term in office, where you saw, of course, the Democrats were also ahead by 10 points. So we're talking about
I agree with that, Daniel. It's low because they're not progressive. This is exactly what this is telling us. Thank you. The country is far more progressive than the Democrats. There are progressives who wound up voting for Trump because like they thought maybe this like populism, they might be able to get some good things out of Trump. But that's exactly what this is telling us, is that the country is far more progressive than Democrats are giving it credit for.
Lead of less than half what we normally expect. And I think that's why at this point, there are a lot of Democrats who might be thinking, hey, we can spike that ball in the end zone. But the numbers at this point say, hold on just a minute. Yes, you're on your way to a congressional majority, but it's still a long time. And with numbers like this, considerably weaker than historically speaking, it might be a tougher road to hoe than normally.
Well, especially if you see that change from October.
Yeah, if you see, when you see your base going a 28-point shift, and when you see numbers like this.
Yeah, thank you, Amy. Perfect example. Like everybody who wins big, every surprise win that comes from the Democrats, whether it's surprising that they won or surprising how they won. Like, I hate to always refer to it, but Mom Donnie lives in New York City. People always talk about New York City, about how like it's so liberal and it's so progressive. And I think socially that is true, but fiscally they're not. It's been the backbone of our economy for decades. You have a lot of people in New York that are big fans of capitalism, that are big fans of making a lot of money. And they voted for a democratic socialist. They recognize, you know what, this isn't actually going to be a massive attack on our wealth. And would I be willing to sacrifice some of my wealth if that meant the people in the more poor areas were able to have a house, were able to go to school, were able to have a job that paid their bills? Of course, like that, if you're worried about crime, if you're worried about the rise in drug use that you're seeing on the streets, if you're seeing a rise in people sleeping on the subway because they have nowhere to go, well, you could have the Republican solution, which is beat the shit out of them, demonize them, throw them in jail, or you can have a more progressive, more I guess like charitable view and say maybe we should pay a little more in taxes and make sure that people have what they need to survive, and that'll get people off the streets. There's never in the history of this country that I can think of been a time when a city or a state that was struggling with drug abuse, with rising unhoused rates, with rising crime, who when they didn't invest in poor people, see those numbers go down. Every time those numbers go down. And that's what you saw in New York. It was just an honest view from them of, yeah, it's like, what are we going to do? Vote for Cuomo? Cuomo has no plan for this. They don't see that much of a difference in New York between like a Trump and a Cuomo when it comes to policy. They don't see that much of a difference between Trump and Cuomo and Biden when it comes to policy, at least not fiscal policy. I mean, for fuck's sakes, Biden ran his whole presidency under Trump's tax plan. So if we're talking about like fiscally, there really wasn't a difference for New Yorkers. So when they look at a system that's been failing for a long time, they said, maybe we'll try something different. But going more progressive is the move. It's the only way you win. It's the only way you're going to win contested seats. It's the only way you're going to win shock seats. In Texas, whether it's Tallarico or Crockett, they have to go progressive. They have to move progressive. They need to abandon some of their other views. Tallarico, I heard him explain his views on health insurance because he believes in single payer, but he also wants a private option. I did hear him explain the other day, though, that he said, I'm actually in favor of a single payer system, but a lot of people don't trust it. So I think that the move is create a single payer so that the people with private insurance have something to compare it against. So those people who are never going to be believers until they see it, they're not going to vote for me. So I've got to give them this option of private health insurance, and then let's compare and see what actually wins. I don't hate that answer, honestly. I think that that's kind of an okay answer. It solves the problem of most Republicans plug their ears when you talk about single payer. So if you're going to, if that's part, and that would have to be part of the transition anyways. If you did Medicare for all, it's like a 10-year rollout. So the first couple of years, you're only going to see the people on single payer that are 55 and up. And then slowly they're going to move that to 45 and up, then 35 and up, then 25 and up until it's everybody. So that's naturally going to happen anyways. So the way that Tallarico is messaging that is saying, I'm going to take this idea that already exists, but I'm going to explain it differently. I'm going to tell everybody else, I'm going to say, look, you're still going to have this private option, and then you can compare. And if you watch and you see that the public option's better for you, go take the public option. I don't think Pete Buttigieg maybe did start that idea. I don't know. I just heard Tallarico say that, and I was critical of him the other day. So I don't even think he needs to walk that back. I think that works in Texas, and that's progressive. It follows a plan that's laid out that we know can be paid for. I'm a big fan, and I think all Democrats should be talking about healthcare right now. Okay, Buttigieg ran on it first. It's not a new idea. I've heard other people run on it. I wasn't trying to say it was Tallarico's idea. I just didn't think that that's what he said. Last week, I criticized him, and I was wrong about what his plan was. So that's the only reason I'm bringing it up. I even think like
overall,
I don't even think Republicans would fight it that much. I think some Republicans in a lot of these swing races, not Texas, but if we were looking at, for example, in Utah, I think that if you are running in the blue district now that has been created in Utah and you're a Republican, you're going to run as like a, what was that guy's name? Huntsman, like a John Huntsman. You're going to run at this like almost confusing conservative where you're like, I like fiscal responsibility. The best way we can take care of healthcare is with single payer. So you'll also force Republicans in having to accept this because as soon as you introduce this idea to people and you lay it out in a way that they can understand, it's going to be too popular. Republicans will have to shift. I do honestly believe that this problem that we're seeing with healthcare right now is a little bit of like a silver lining. It's going to really fucking suck. It's really going to fucking suck. But millions of Americans this coming year are going to say, I'm done with this fucking system. It doesn't work. Republicans couldn't fix it. Democrats couldn't fix it. And when they go to vote, if they have a candidate who's like, here's what we do. No more, you don't have to worry about your premiums ever again. You don't have to worry about deductibles ever again. You don't have to worry about copays ever again. We're going to change the system. And yeah, if it gets expensive, we might see that your taxes increase a little bit. But that'll be applied across the board. So if you think about it this way, like right now, Americans are looking at their healthcare bills and they're seeing on average like a 10% increase. That sucks. What if it was a 1% increase, but it was taxes? That's the battle that we're fighting, is that most conservatives would rather pay an extra 10% right now because of the way that they think to the private market than an extra 1% in taxes. But they lose that opinion when things become unaffordable. I've even thought, like, maybe I'm just going to say when Republicans say that Obama did this by design, his goal was single payer and this would break the system. Yeah, sure, fine. It's fine. I don't even care if they say. I'm not even going to offer pushback there. I don't think that's worth a battle. I don't think it's worth defending Obama. I don't know if they're right or wrong, but cool. If that was his plan, it worked. It exposed that the whole system was fucking dog shit. I'd rather pay zero and have nothing. Well, but then that would mean a lot of people die, right? Nah, dog? I appreciate you saying that, but I think that you have a minority opinion there. Because if everybody pays nothing, then people just die. People that are poor just die when they get sick. That wasn't, oh, Toker, you didn't catch the math there. Cut to a tenth of the actual. That's not what I said. I said a 1% increase in taxes. Think about, so if you have like United Healthcare, how many people are in, does United Healthcare insure? Let's see. I think they're the biggest, aren't they? $50 million. All right. So if you went up 10%, let's say your costs go up 10% with United Healthcare. That's because they're taking all those 50 million people and they're spreading the cost over those 50 million people. So when the price goes up and whatever their revenue goals are, they've decided that basically is going to be on average for those 50 million people, they're going to pay 10% more. If the costs went up on 340 million people instead of 50 million people, if you had to raise the cost, you're likely not going to go up 10% per person because there's more people there. You can more evenly distribute that. So because everybody would be on the same healthcare plan, it wouldn't go up as quickly as it does in the private market, Toker. You also wouldn't have what we're seeing with these health insurance companies, where every year after year, they are having record profits. You're paying for that. The money that they take out at the end, the money that they give to shareholders, the money that they pay to their CEO, the money they pay for their buildings, the money they pay for commercials, the money they use to do stock buybacks, you have paid for that. That's part of your money, and part of that money isn't going in to pay for healthcare, meaning it's not offsetting any of those costs, and so your prices will naturally rise more. If we were going to take it, like if we just took the principles that we're applying here to single payer and we forced these principles onto the private health markets, your prices would all come down. So if we told the private markets that you have to operate within like 8%, like 8% of the money that you collect can go to pay for your operating costs, and no more than that. No stock buybacks. If you're the CEO, we're going to limit the amount of pay you have, and it's going to be based on your employees. So if your average employee makes $100,000 a year, the most you can make is 3x that. If we placed all of these restrictions on the private market, all of your prices would go down. Would you agree with that? That if we told them that they had to limit how much they could take out, that your prices would come down? All ideas have to be done by force with the government eventually. This is Andrew Wilson's force doctrine. It's a thing that he's actually like kind of right about. The government is by force by that definition. All taxes are eventually taken by force if you don't pay them. Following the law eventually is done by force, right? Everything is. Every idea that Republicans have eventually are by force, right? Sure, and they will restrict care because of that. They will restrict care because of that, won't they, Toker? That's why we don't do it to them. That's why we don't let them make those decisions, because they'll choose reducing care over limiting their profits. That's why they shouldn't run health insurance. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk, Toker. You've just explained to all these fine folks why we shouldn't entrust private health insurance companies to dictate what gets paid for. Thank you. It's nice to have you here. And I appreciate you also, Toker, paying attention to what we're doing today. I appreciate that. I appreciate you engaging in the conversation honestly today. You think government doesn't do that? The government doesn't have profits, Toker. The government doesn't do stock buybacks. They don't pay CEOs. They don't buy commercials. And if you look, by the way, if you look at the difference, Medicare and Medicaid, VA, they operate usually between like 7 and 12% of their of what their budget is goes to operating expenses. It's about 30% for private health insurance. So yeah, I'm just using the numbers that we already have. Some of the money you would pay into taxes would go to pay for people whose job it is to pay the doctors. But it's between like 7 and 12%, depending on which, if you're looking at the VA, Medicaid, and by year, it changes. I'm on hold with the VA right now. I was, last time I had health insurance, I was on hold for 3 days. When I had a private health insurance, I do a cost share thing. 3 days. I tried for 3 straight days, I was on hold. You're on hold with private health insurance too. But guess what? You wouldn't need the VA anymore. You wouldn't have these underfunded programs anymore. It would all be one program. And then what you do, because then you have some control. If you think that your health care sucks, you get to vote. That becomes something that we vote on now. It becomes a reason why you choose who you choose in the primaries. Like, am I gonna vote for somebody who wants to defund healthcare? Do I want to vote for somebody who's gonna make it so that I can't, when I call in, nobody answers the phone? This is putting the control in your hands. I get it. You can complain about all these things, and we all like to complain. But where's the solution? What's the solution to fixing your hold times with private health insurance? There isn't one. Hope. What's the solution to hold times at the VA? Well, we've got to have more staffing. How do we get more staffing? We have to increase that budget. How do we increase that budget? We have to vote for people who will increase that budget. So we do have the ability to make changes on that side. So you're advocating for the system that you have no control over, because the system that you have some control over isn't perfect. And I do think that this is what Republicans have done really well, is they've convinced you that if you can poke a hole in any of this stuff, that we should stick with our current shitty system. The VA and Medicare both have better outcomes and better customer satisfaction than private health insurance companies. So even if we didn't make the VA and Medicare better, they're already better than the care you're getting from private health insurance. The outcomes are also better with the VA and Medicare. Why? Because it fucking matters. It fucking matters to these people because they're accountable. There are people who have lost their jobs in Congress because they refused to help with the VA or Medicare. There are people right now in the midterms who are going to lose their races unless it's stolen. There you go, Danielle. I got you. They'll lose their races because Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying, like, we're going to lose. Republicans all over this country are going to lose because their representatives are not willing to stand up and do something. So don't run away from an imperfect system when the other option is significantly worse. Don't stay with the worse option. Go with the better option and then consistently advocate to make that better. You will never, ever in your entire life get a perfect system from the government, ever. You will also never get a perfect system from a business, from a private institution. There is no such thing as perfection. Everybody's business has problems. When I ran a massive call center that we had 3 call centers in 2 different states, and every single day we were fixing a bottleneck. Every single day, my job was to find the problems and fix the problems. And sometimes it was a small fix, sometimes it was a temporary fix. But what I did know is that every day when I went to work, there was going to be a problem, and it was my job to fix it. And if I fixed it, I got paid more. In this case, there's nothing that these insurance companies really need to do. They are so essential, and they are so protected, and they are so massive that your little voice doesn't mean shit to them. So giving power back to the people when it comes to their own health care, the best way we can do that is to give them voting power. Give them representation. Biggest change in VA benefits was what? Sorry, I missed that. Was opening it up to private market. Yeah, which was then subsidized, and then the prices went up. I know, Danielle. I know. I hear you. I hear you, Danielle. I hear you. I hear you. Danielle believes that the midterm elections will be stolen. She believes the last one was stolen. She believes Tennessee had some fuckery. I'm looking into it. I do think that there's credible evidence to that. I am not fully convinced. Yeah, I am a Kaepernick fan. What's wrong with Colin Kaepernick, David Kleinler?
He knelt during the anthem, and that hurt my feelings. I'm very upset that somebody knelt during the national anthem.
Colin Kaepernick is one of the only people, like, I have a ton of stuff, by the way. I have a ton of memorabilia. It's in a closet, like, straight through that wall. And the reason that you don't see most of the memorabilia that I have on this wall is because all these guys, like all these famous athletes, like, wound up being rapists or, like, criminals. And so I don't put them up on my wall. I got Colin Kaepernick, who's never broken a law ever. No accusations that I know of that he's, like, abused women. I got Jerry Rice, which is the same. I have Dirk Nowitzki, who's never been accused of anything. It's really hard to have people behind me that aren't pieces of shit. But there's 3 of them there. I got Colin Kaepernick, who, by the way, after he left the NFL or was run out of the NFL, all he's done is used all his time and energy to help underserved kids, 1, know their rights, and 2, help them get educated in school and on how to deal with police so that they don't run into problems. He's actually solving a problem that all of you guys complain about. He's telling these kids in underserved communities where there's been police brutality, look, you do need to know your rights, but you also need to know when you need to comply. You need to know when you are or are not within the realm of your rights versus what they're allowed to tell you to do. And here's how you communicate with police. Here's how you give the information so that there's no misunderstanding. So he's actually just out there in the community using his influence, his time. You don't ever see him on TV. He's not out there writing books, doing movies. Like, he's literally out working in the community. He got run out of the NFL. He works in the community. You could say whatever the fuck you want about Colin Kaepernick. To me, that man is a hero. He's a hero to me in the same way that Pat Tillman is a hero to many of you. He took the wealth and the fame and the riches, and and he left and he went and did something else. He sacrificed his career. Maybe he knew he would get run out. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. But he spoke up for people who didn't have a voice, and he's not around in the NFL anymore. Pat Tillman did that, and then his country killed him, which wasn't very cool. And then our country lied about killing him, by the way. Colin Kaepernick legitimately is one of the people I look up to the most in this world. And he was a phenomenal football player. But my love for Colin Kaepernick has almost nothing to do with his football. I do think that it was helpful that I'm a 49ers fan. I do think that at the time when that happened, I was far more conservative. But the fact that I already liked Colin Kaepernick, I do think helped me check some of my own bias at the door. I do think that mattered because I was already rooting for him. But yeah, that's a guy I will proudly defend all day, every day. Colin Kaepernick is a great American, and if the only reason you think that he's not a good American is because he wore some socks that you misunderstood or he didn't stand for the anthem, then I think that you are soft, fragile, thin-skinned, and a little bit of a bitch, honestly. If you hate somebody because they don't stand for the anthem, I think that you're kind of a bitch. I think that's a little sad. Go Hawks. Yeah, where is Cam today? How about those Seahawks last night there, Cam? Rams are in second place. Ryan said, it's my birthday. All I want are some Epstein files. Pretty pleasing. Thank you. Yeah, we're waiting on them. Thank you, Kim. Jeff said, conservatives use fear about the homeless like everything, but I'm progressive. So I once walked up to a guy on a park bench and offered him $5. He shook his head. I demanded he take it. He wasn't homeless, and I was drunk. Oh, shit. What do we got here? Here in Arizona, Luke Air Force Base is on lockdown due to a reported active shooter. Personnel on base have been directed to shelter in place and follow guidance from first responders. Law enforcement and emergency personnel are actively responding. What does it say? Luke Air Force Base is responding to a reported active shooter. Personnel on base have been directed to shelter in place. Safety of our airmen, families, and communities, top priority. Public. Jesus. You have an update here? All right, Waldorf Astoria, relax. All right, we'll monitor that. Damn. It's crazy. All right. Let's go here. I want to talk about Venezuela. I've got some Epstein stuff. I think we'll just probably save it for Monday. I imagine that, the files should come out today, so I imagine there will be a bunch to go through this weekend, so I'll skip that stuff. I want to talk about Venezuela. Starting with this morning, reporter asking Trump if he's going to seek authorization from Congress in order to do land strikes in Venezuela.
Mr. President, will you be seeking any authorization from Congress for any land attacks on cartels in Venezuela?
For anyone?
For any land attacks on drug cartels in Venezuela?
I wouldn't mind telling him, but it's not a big deal. I don't have to tell him. It's been proven. But
that has not been proven. In fact, today, both might have been yesterday, Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio went and met behind closed doors with Congress, essentially admitting that Trump can't do this without their authorization. And they have, according to multiple sources in Congress, they have told Congress that they will not be doing any land strikes until Congress gives them authorization. So even they don't believe what Trump is saying is true.
I wouldn't mind at all. I just hope they wouldn't leak it. People leak it. They are politicians and they leak like a sieve. But
wait, what? The DOJ said they're not releasing the Epstein files? I'll check that.
I'd have no problem doing that.
Jen, will you find that where they said that, please? Keep going here. Proud Atheist said, we've set up a tax system that incentivizes the rich to hold on to their money to avoid paying taxes. The money keeps flowing up and staying there. We have to redistribute it with taxes. Can't just print. Facts. Thank you. Yeah, that's so important for people to understand. Printing new money devalues your currency. Taxing redistributes wealth. It doesn't devalue your currency. It doesn't hurt anybody. Just rich people have a little bit less money. They're not releasing all the files? They had to release it by today. Why did they get to slow? Jesus. He's fucking in the files, man. Why would... All right, Republicans. I got to talk to you. We got to talk to you today. Why have they slow walked all of this? And nobody's allowed to say, why didn't Biden release them? If you say that, you're banned today. You don't get to bring up Democrats at all. I'm only asking this question right now. Why are Republicans slow walking the Epstein files? I want to hear from you guys. Any of you? They didn't have enough time? Jesus. They got started on this morning. They are all in. I don't know what they are all in the files are. It can't be. Not everybody can be in the files. Mortensen, you're a baby. You're a baby. Stop worrying about whether or not people stand up for a magic song for a flag. Don't be a baby about that. Okay, so you're saying that Trump is protecting his big money donors. Does it bother you, Toker? All right, John Jr., you are banned for the rest of the day. Appreciate it. Remember, I told you that you had to follow the rules. You can't blame the Democrats right now. I just want to know why Republicans, every Democrat voted to release these files. I'm asking you why Republicans didn't. Or you can apologize. You have about 2 minutes to apologize for not following directions, or we gotta mute you for 24 hours. We're not playing that game. We deport people here who don't follow the rules. Assimilate. They have no morals. I don't know how they can get away with not releasing them today. I have no idea. Okay, good. I'm glad that it bothers you. So should Pam Bondi be fired, Toker? Everybody on this one. Should we fire Pam Bondi? Thumbs up if yes, thumbs down if no. Trevor, I might not have seen your answer. What'd you say? These are kind of going fast. The blackmail is how they own them. Okay, so Trump is blackmailed? Is that where we're at? Yes, she should be fired? Okay, so Trump's black. What about Trump? Should Trump be impeached for this? Thumbs up if you think Trump should be impeached for this. I'm specifically watching the people who say that she should be fired. If Pam Bondi should be fired, then Trump certainly should be impeached, right? Right, Republicans? If you said Trump, but not Trump. Wait, why? Toker, explain to me why Pam Bondi should be fired, but Trump shouldn't be impeached. What's the difference between the two of them? For what should Trump be impeached? I think that this would be, this is clearly against the law. The discharge petition said they had to release them today. They didn't release them. So this is clearly an impeachable offense. Toker, why not impeach him? If it's so bad that Bondi should be fired, why wouldn't it be so bad that Trump should be impeached? You hold a different standard for him? Neither have done anything wrong. Well, legally, they have done something wrong. All right, Trevor, have a good day, bud. Sorry that your feelings were hurt. Trump played the release. Trump is Trump is the one that's delaying this release. This is the executive branch. If Pam Bondi isn't releasing them, she's part of the executive branch. Hold on, bud. You can't, Toker. We're trying to take you seriously today. Just be honest. You don't care if it's Pam Bondi. You want her to take the heat for it. You can't be like, yes, get rid of Bondi, and then not get rid of her boss. Come on, Toker. Yeah. You do need some OG Kush. Let's get you that OG. In fairness, we aren't trying to take them seriously. That's true. It's true. They have 2 weeks to give an explanation to why they're not being released. I thought that was started with the discharge petition. William, you have to stay on subject here. William, we're only talking about Trump and Bondi right now. We're not talking about me, and I did talk about the Epstein files during the Biden presidency, so you're wrong about that. That's your one warning. You have to talk about this. You have to talk about Trump right now. The Democrats have all voted to release it. Most Republicans voted to release it. Trump is the one that's making it so that they are being delayed. Why? Why should Pam Bondi lose her job, but Trump shouldn't? They legally have to properly redact the files as well. So if releasing is delayed due to few government workers to redact, which do you choose? Wait, well, why didn't they have it redacted? By the way, a lot of the victims have said, like, you don't have to redact where we're in it. They said they don't know how to redact it. All right, let's just find it. Fuck. This is crazy. You got this one's a little pathetic for you folks today. Imagine being the person that's like, actually, it's still Joe Biden. Let me see who said that they're taking their time. Todd Blanche? Okay. What did he say?
Make the Epstein files public after the president signed a law requiring those to be released. So in these files, are we going to learn any new information about Epstein and people that may have been associated with him?
So yes, so today is the 30 days, and I expect that we're going to release several 100,000 documents today, and those documents will come in all different forms, photographs and other materials associated with all of the investigations into Mr. Epstein. And just so everybody appreciates, President Trump has said for years that he wants full transparency, and he wants the Department of Justice to release everything that we can with respect to this investigation and cases. And we saw during the Biden administration radio silence from the very Democrats.
They're doing the same thing. Just tell us why.
That are screaming from congressional steps today that we haven't done enough. But guess what? President Trump signed that law 30 days ago, and we have been working tirelessly since that day to make sure that we get every single document that we have within the Department of Justice, review it, and get it to the American public. Now, the most important thing that the Attorney General has talked about, that Director Patel has talked about, is that we protect victims. And so what we're doing is we are looking at every single piece of paper that we are going to produce, making sure that every victim, their name, their identity, their story, to the extent it needs to be protected, is completely protected. And so I expect that we're going to release more documents over the next couple of weeks. So today, several 100,000, and then over the next couple of weeks, I expect several 100,000 more. There's a lot of eyes looking at these, and we want to make sure that when we do produce the materials we're producing, that we're protecting every single victim. A judge.
Yeah, this is interesting because if we read the discharge petition, or let's see, release the Epstein files law. Let's read the law. See if there's anything in there for 2 weeks. It's right here. Text of it. To require the Attorney General to release all documents and records in possession of the Department of Justice relating to Epstein and for other purposes, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States. The acts may be signed. No later than 30 days after the date of enactment of this act, the Attorney General shall, subject to subsection B, make publicly available in a searchable and downloadable format all unclassified records, documents, communications, and investigative materials in the possession of the Department of Justice, including the FBI and U.S. Attorney offices that relate to 1, Epstein, including all investigations, prosecutions, or custodial matters, Ghislaine Maxwell, the flight logs or travel records, including but not limited to manifests, itineraries, pilot records, customs, immigration, individuals, including government officials named or referenced in connection with Epstein's criminal activities, civil settlements, immunity or plea agreements, entities, corporate, nonprofit, academic, governmental, any immunity deals, non-prosecution agreements, plea bargains are sealed. All right, so everything that they need. What does it say? On his death. No record shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including to any government official. Is there anything in here that says that they have 2 weeks? I don't know what you guys are citing. If you know what you're citing, let me know. It could save some time here. The Attorney General may withhold or redact this segregable portions of records that contain personal identifiable information of victims or victims' personal and medical files and similar files, the disclosure of which would constitute a clearly unwarranted invasion of personal privacy, depict or contain child sex abuse material, would jeopardize active federal investigation or ongoing prosecution. Are they going to use, because Ghislaine filed her appeal yesterday, are they going to use that? They have 2 weeks to what? I don't know. Can just somebody tell me where the 2 weeks is coming from? Anybody on that? They didn't work 24/7 with no break, liquor store dinosaur. You're just making shit up. They did not do that. They would be done with this by then. All right, here's the effective date. All decisions to classify any covered information after July 1st shall be published in the Federal Register. Within 15 days of completion of the release required under section... Okay, here's the 2 weeks, I think. Within 15 days of completion of the release required under section 2, the Attorney General shall submit to the House and Senate committees on the judiciary a report listing all categories of records released and withheld, a summary of redactions made, including legal basis. Okay, so I think this is what they're citing then. A list they have to now say everything they've withheld. They have to give us a report of everything they withheld within 15 days. Okay, I think they're right about that. Does anybody think this means something different? I'm not near Luke Air Force Base. That's on the west side of Phoenix. I'm on the east side. It's like an hour away from me. Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Johnny. So, like, what they released today, they shouldn't be able to slowly release it. I agree with you. Okay, I think that's the clarification. They should not be able to slowly release anything. Everything should be available today. And anything that's not available today, within 15 days, they have to tell the Senate committees and on the judiciary what was released and withheld, and a summary of all redactions, including the legal basis of those redactions. And then a list of all government officials and politically exposed persons named or referenced in the release materials with no redactions permitted under subsection B1. Yeah, so let's be clear on what it says. They did have to release everything except for anything. These are the exceptions. So you're not going to release anything with child sex abuse material, nothing that identifies the victims' names, personal or medical files. You don't have to release anything that shows images of death, physical abuse, or injury. That one's kind of interesting. Why would you not show injury? I guess maybe that's for their medical records. Yeah, so if they're saying they're slow releasing it, I think they're in violation of the law. If they're saying, here's everything, and we'll tell you what we left out in 15 days, then fine too. And they'll do it on the 15th day. They'll always do this. They'll prolong it as long as they can. Why? Because they don't want it. No, it just says 15 days, not working days. They have proven that they do not comply with laws. That's true. Well, looks like that's the response from Democrats. Here's Chuck Schumer. The law Congress passed and President Trump signed was clear as can be. The Trump administration had 30 days to release all the Epstein files, not just some. Failing to do so is breaking the law. This just shows the Department of Justice, Donald Trump, and Pam Bondi are hellbent on hiding the truth. Senate Democrats are working closely with attorneys for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein and with outside legal experts to assess what documents are being withheld and what is being covered up by Pam Bondi. We will not stop until the whole truth comes out. People want the truth and continue to demand the immediate. Okay, I agree with that. If Todd Blanche and Pam Bondi are saying we'll release some of this later, I agree. They're in violation of the law. That law, I think, is pretty clear. Anything else we need to see here? So Republicans, if what Pam Bondi is saying is true and they are withholding information, are they in violation of the law? I need a thumbs up if they're in violation of the law, thumbs down if they're not. We're going to find out real fast which Republicans are honest, because this one's an easy one. Thumbs up if they're in violation, thumbs down if they're not. Larry, can you explain how they're not? It says you had to release everything. Hey, Nick, welcome to the live stream. We're a little different over here. We're not interested in dipshits. So when you come here, the way that we filter out dipshits in this country is we filter out people who aren't talking about anything specific or what we're talking about. So when you say the left is the biggest threat to America and absolutely the dumbest people on the planet, you're not on topic. And you can go somewhere else and troll, or you can stay here and be on topic. But that's your warning. And mods, if you can watch Nick. Nick, if you cannot comply with our laws here, we are a nation of laws. you will be deported back to the hellhole, shithole country that you came from. We have no problem deporting, and we do it without due process. You just have to trust us that we're doing the right thing when we deport you. But stay on subject, please. If I could get $1 each time, yeah, okay. Larry, any explanation? I read the fine print, Larry. Don't just say dumb shit, Larry. What fine print? I'll go back to the law. You got to show me the fine print, Larry. I read the whole fucking thing. Go back to it. Which fine print did I miss here, Larry? I read this whole thing. There's no more print. Here's the part with what they can. Here's all the stuff they can withhold, and they can. And when they withhold any of this stuff, then within 15 days they have to send the letter explaining everything they withheld. This clearly states that they had to release everything today, Larry. Can you show me which fine print I'm missing? It's just right here. This is all of the print. Look down here. There's no fine print. This just navigates congress.gov. Come on, Larry. You can do it. You got this, buddy. Juan, I don't know why Dems didn't release the files. Some of them they couldn't release. It doesn't fucking matter. They all voted to release it now, and Republicans are holding it back. It would be a good argument if Republicans uniformly came to the table with a discharge petition. Republicans didn't bring a discharge petition. Republicans and Democrats did not try to release the files during the Biden administration. Biden couldn't do it unilaterally. Nobody filed a discharge petition. In this case, they did. They've done it lawfully. So now all we're asking is why the Trump administration is defying the law. Can't say why, I don't know, above my pay grade. Larry, you did say why. You did say why a second ago. You said you have to read the fine print. Larry, just say they're fucking lying. Just say they're hiding something, Larry. You don't know what they're hiding, but they're hiding something. Come on, buddy. You got this. You can let go of the cult. Let it go. I'm not listening. I answered my own question. That's what I'm saying. Listen, if all they're doing is holding back this information, and they're gonna let Congress know in the next 15 days, then they are complying with the law. But Todd Blanche said they're going to slowly release it. So if they're slowly releasing it, they're in violation of this law. Right? Courts often recognize defenses like impossibility or impracticability to follow the law. What? Now you've got a hypothetical court case? All right, let's just be fair then. You don't know why. You don't know why they didn't release it, but you also don't care enough to pull away from Donald Trump at all. You're still holding on tightly to Donald Trump. This is one of those things you don't understand, so you're going to put it on your shelf and you're going to ignore it, right? Can we just be honest then? That's what you're doing? You're all just pretending that like you don't know. It's not enough to break your support for Trump, so you're just going to set it off to the side for now and hope that it turns out better. Is that fair? I'm giving you guys a lot of credit here. All right. Well, we'll see. This actually matters now, so I'm going to go back. We'll do some Epstein stuff. This was from Ryan Grimm today, but this was an email obtained from Epstein's Yahoo inbox from October 15th, 2005. It says it's from Ghislaine to Jeffrey, or from Epstein to Ghislaine. He said, going to the island today. He's responding to this email from Ghislaine. The wedding was amazing. I can't wait to tell you all about it and show you the pictures. Also, was with a CIA operative who said that he worked with Dad. I was so shocked. She's just admitting that her dad worked with the CIA. He said he could tell all, find all, and reveal all for a price. Tom knows him and will tell you all about it. Where are you? What are your plans? I'm leaving tomorrow. We'll be back in New York late afternoon Monday. Land in Chicago at 1:30 or thereabouts. So she's saying that she's meeting with the CIA in 2005 and that they seem to know the secrets. I think the best excuse for why they're not releasing this is because the CIA has secrets on everybody. I think that obviously the CIA has secrets on Trump. You all know that Trump is corrupt. You must know that Trump is corrupt. Just that nobody's been able to get him thrown in jail. But you must know that. With all of his interactions, his campaign manager was literally a Russian asset. They got obvious conflicts of interest all over this administration. You have to know that the CIA has dirt on Trump. You can there's any dirt that any politician has on them, the CIA probably has it. But most members of Congress voted to release it. So they all are saying, even if they're in those files, they voted to release it. And Trump is the one that's stopping it. Read some comments here. Leanne said they're going to release slowly with most damaging info about Democrats first. For sure. Almost certainly. We'll have to go through them. Thank you, Joel. Illusion said Blanche said weeks to release and heavily redacted. Yeah. So that story about that they were going through and heavily redacting all these files to get all the Republicans out of it, that sounds like it might be true. Amy said, you know why you see so many elderly holding their jobs? Elderly need health insurance. Want to increase small business competitiveness? Universal health care would help even the playing field and allow folks to retire. Amy also said, I'm sad. I turned the Hawks game off when it was 30-14 end of the fourth quarter. They won and I missed it. Good. You deserve it. That's true Hawks fanhood right there. That's the 12th man. Turning it off, quitting early. Electric Dad said, Jerry Rice got caught at a massage parlor. I didn't know that. All right. That's not great. Ice Blade said, fun fact, the current administration is taking military investigators away from bases in cases that could prevent active shooter situations in order to guard people in the admin like Noam and Hegseth. True. I got that from Alex about a happy birthday. What a happy birthday indeed. Did I miss any over here? All right, guys, just a reminder, we are crowdfunded. Anything you do to help us knock out that gift goal would be greatly appreciated. We're about halfway through it. We are going to have Friendly Friday today for a little bit. I want to get through most of this. It's been a long week, so I'll try to make sure we have 15 or 20 minutes at the end for Friendly Friday. Let's go up a little higher here. I'm not going to go over the photos. There were some photos released by the House Democrats yesterday. Mike Johnson sent Republicans all home yesterday. So on today, you'll notice that there's no Republicans to come answer any questions. They just all went home because they're all cowardly little bitches. You know exactly why they went home. You know exactly why Mike Johnson said, go ahead and take a long weekend. You just heard slow release 700,000, then 700,000 more. What's 700,000 plus 700,000? 1.4 million. Okay, but they're not allowed to do that. They're in violation of the law, Liquor Store Dinosaur. You can make excuses for them, and that's fine, but you can't say what you're saying and then also say they're not in violation of the law. You can't hold both of those opinions, dude. You can make excuses for why they're in violation of the law, and you're just making shit up. You have no idea if they could have got this done, but you're not answering the question. They're in violation of the law. Yeah, were other Democrats on Epstein beside Trump files on Trump? What? Yeah, were other Democrats on Epstein besides Trump files on Trump? I have no idea what that means. And for the record, if anybody has any sort of connection to Jeffrey Epstein that has anything to do with trafficking people, abusing people, I don't care what party they are. And I don't think anybody here from our side of the aisle gives a fuck. They will be canceled immediately. That'll be the end of them. Am I blind on purpose? All right. We're just going to move on from some of you. I'm trying very hard to get answers from any of you. Had the Democrats not released them on time, they would have been having a fucking meltdown. That's true, Tom. Absolutely true. If millions is too much, it's impossible. Impossible is impossible. All right. Now you're just saying dumb shit. Now you're just being done. What's up, Jed?
Okay. Yeah, no, there's how many people in the government? I mean, this could be done pretty quickly. It's not like people don't know what's in these these files already, so it can get done. They can release it.
I'd imagine a lot of them were already redacted for court before.
Right. Yeah, no, they should be.
All right.
So yeah, no, I figured I'd do some announcements. It's been a minute since I've done this. We, like Jay mentioned, you updated the total, so we've got about 172 left for the gift goal. We are crowdfunded, so Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats all go towards knocking out that remaining balance. So if we could do that, you think next hour or so, or for the rest of the material you've got?
You're cutting out bad.
I said, you think you have about an hour left for the remaining story?
Yeah. We'll go at least another hour. Yeah.
Okay, so we got another hour or so to hit that. If you guys haven't subscribed to us already, please do that. You can subscribe for free on YouTube. And also, if you decide to become a paid member, you can join us for our members-only events. That we have another one coming up on Monday. We've been watching Dope Sick. So we're going to be watching 2 more episodes of that this upcoming Monday. So if you'd like to join that, if you become a paid member on either of platforms where you're watching, you can join us for those events. So if you're on Twitch, if you have Amazon Prime, you can sign up for free using your Amazon Prime sub, and you can use Jeff Bezos' money, and it doesn't cost you anything over there. Check out the link tree in the bio. We're on most social media platforms. We've got merch. Jay's on Cameo. We upload these episodes to Spotify. And what else? Are you willing to take any ops if people have the ball? So if you guys want to come and have a conversation with Jay, how you can do that is the Venmo username handle. That is my Discord. You can send me a message in Discord, and I can bring you up and have a conversation in real time. You don't just have to argue in the comments. So there's all that. Why did Mrs. Claus divorce Santa?
Why didn't she, or did she?
Well, I did.
I don't know. I didn't know about this.
Well, because these days he only ever wanted to take her stockings off on Christmas Eve.
6 out of 10. Yeah. Liquor store, you're guessing. Let's just be honest about what you're doing right now. You are guessing, and you have to be honest about that. You're saying that this task was impossible. You have no idea if it was impossible. You don't know what their staff is. You don't know what their capabilities are. You don't know how many documents they can go through in an hour. You're guessing to cover for Trump. You can admit that, but you're just guessing here for your own bias. Be honest about that. I'm not going to argue these hypotheticals you're throwing out there. You don't fucking know, dude. Just say that. I don't know why you have to make shit up. Just say, I don't know. We'll wait and see. All I'm asking, because none of us know. That's the reality. None of us know why they didn't release the files. What we all know is that the law says they had to release them, and then within 15 days, they had to explain why anything was redacted. So if they're saying they're going to release 700,000 now and 700,000 later, they are breaking the law. And you need to admit that. Just like as a country, we have to get back to a place where we can just be honest. You're guessing. You're guessing why they didn't release them. Nobody you don't know, I don't know, none of us know. Stop pretending you know just so you can defend this. It's against the law. It broke the law. That's the reality. Don't guess. This is the shooter at it was a Brown all over again. This is one of the biggest problems we have in this country is the way we react to real-time news, where we just fucking guess. And we guess for our own confirmation bias. If this was the Democrats, you'd be like, they're hiding it. You'll notice that I'm not claiming they're hiding anything. I'm not making any claims, liquor store. And this is where you and I are different, and you need to be fucking better. All I'm saying is they broke the law. That's true. The law was put in by Congress. Trump signed it. The law has been broken. You can't be taken seriously if you don't admit that. The law's broken. Everything else after that is you guessing. So we don't have to thank you. So stop guessing, liquor store. Stop doing that. Just as an American, as somebody who lives in society, stop running interference for your favorite politicians. They don't care about you. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't know you. They don't need you to protect them. We will never fix any of the problems in this country if every time a politician breaks the law, we figure out ways to justify it. Call it what it is. He broke the law. Was it hard for him to do? Who knows? Still broke the law. That's all I'm saying. We got to be better than this. I didn't speculate liquor store. I have not speculated about a single thing. I have only said that they broke the law. That is not speculation. I agree that what you're saying is possible. It's still against the law. They still broke the law. If they were incompetent, then they were incompetent and it broke the law. Why'd Trump sign it if they couldn't get it done in 30 days? Were they not aware then that they couldn't get this done? Why didn't they tell us a week ago? Why didn't they tell us yesterday? Why didn't they tell us 4 days ago? Why did we all get surprised by this? Why didn't they update us and go to Congress? Why didn't they show up and say, hey, look, we know that you gave us 30 days. Here's where we're at. This is our progress. We're nowhere near being able to complete it in 30 days. But they didn't do any of that. They're quiet, and then they come out today and they say it, and because you support Trump, you figure out a way to justify it, not realizing that all they did was lie to you. They hid all of this from you, and now they're asking you to make excuses for them, and you're like, I will gladly do that because it's a fucking team sport for you. If every member of Congress is on that list and worked with Epstein, I want every last one of them gone. And the crazy thing is I think that if you, me and the Republicans all came together, I think you would agree. And we would say every one of them needs to be gone that's on that list, except for Trump. It does not matter what Trump does in those files. I don't think any of you will turn on him for what's in these files. We did it already. Liquor store, I'm pretty sure it was you, but I know Larry, I said before we got into this, should Pam Bondi be fired for this? You all said yes. Then I said, should Trump? And the same people who all said Pam Bondi should be fired said no to Trump. Because you guys hold a different standard for him, and you need to stop doing that. Stop treating him differently than you treat all the other politicians. Hold them all to the same level. If we don't do that, Trump's not involved. He signed the law, you dumb motherfucker. What do you mean he's not in law? He wasn't involved in signing the law? He's not Pam Bondi's boss? He's just not. Guys, all the people in Washington are corrupt except for Donald Trump. Everything good that comes out of Washington, every law that gets passed, we give him 100% of the credit. And anything bad that happens, he didn't have anything to do with. Your existence as Trump supporters is alarmingly pathetic. And the fact that you double down on it every day is alarmingly pathetic. No politician deserves this amount of loyalty. None. You sound like, I'm not the one defending the administration not releasing the Epstein files. You say whatever you want about me. Today I'm saying that Donald Trump and his administration is withholding information from you. He doesn't want to tell you the truth. And you're like, this guy's such a dick. I can't believe he's upset about this. Why doesn't he just let Donald Trump do what he wants like we do? It's pathetic. You're grown-ups. You should be. God, I hope you're not children. I hope you're not watching this show as children. I hope you're watching something better. But you're fucking grown-ups, and you can't find it inside of you to be critical of Donald Trump. It hurts me. It hurts my very soul to openly criticize Donald Trump. It is against everything in my being. You guys toughen the fuck up. When did you all become bitches?
Liberals are the worst. You sound like a child. We're going to scream at the man who's pointing out that we won't let go of Donald Trump's dick for 12 seconds. It makes us furious when he points out that we won't criticize him. So now we're going to criticize this host. You're in a fucking cult. I escaped a cult. You can do it too. But the first step in escaping a cult is recognizing that you hold different standards for your leadership than you do for everybody else.
and you all hold Donald Trump to a weird standard. And the standard is, how far can his dick go down my throat? I did take my meds this morning. Thank you. Listen, I'm not the one that's being irrational here. You keep coming at me. I'll do this shit all day. Anybody from the outside would be watching this. What's this guy saying? He's saying that the people in the chat refuse to hold Donald Trump accountable for not releasing the Epstein files. And what are they saying? Oh, they're mad at him? They think that he's crazy for demanding that a politician be held accountable to the law? That's the criticism we're getting. That's what you're upset about right now. I think that the law applies to the president. I think that you should hold him to the same standard you hold all the other politicians, and you're mad at me for having the audacity to suggest that, and then reacting to you guys doing exactly what I said you would do, is defend him blindly without knowing anything. This guy, he keeps predicting exactly what we're going to do accurately. Fuck him. It's a pathetic existence that you live in. Honestly, it's pathetic. It's getting old. All right, let's get off Epstein. Let's talk about Donald Trump trying to drag us into war. This is great. Watch the post here. Trump has announced a complete blockade of sanctioned oil tankers to Venezuela. President Trump on Tuesday ordered a total and complete blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers entering or leaving Venezuela, a dramatic escalation in his month-long pressure against corruption of, or against the government and corruption of President Nicolas Maduro. Said Venezuela is completely surrounded by the largest armada ever assembled in the history of South America, Trump wrote. It will only get bigger, and the shock to them will be like nothing they have ever seen before until such as time as they return to the United States of America all the oil, land, and other assets they previously stole from us. Republicans here, if this isn't crazy, then tell me what oil, land, and assets the Venezuelans stole from us. By the blood of Christ our Lord! Thank you for yelling that, you fucking psycho. What are you doing? Why did you even say that, you goddamn lunatic? What did they steal? Sorry, Republicans, it's about time. We got an hour left. I'm going to be a fucking asshole the rest of the day. I'm going to remove every single one of you from this chat who refuses to answer these questions in the way that I want you to. And the way that I want you to is directly. You're not allowed to talk about Democrats or Joe Biden. The last hour of the show is going to be an absolute fucking shit show. I need anybody who isn't answering what oil, land, or assets Venezuela stole. If you are a Republican, you will be banned for 24 hours. You can come back on Monday. So let's hear it. What oil, land, or other assets did they steal? Or you can say Trump was wrong. Those are your only two options. Trump was wrong, or tell me what they stole. Let's do it. That's correct. Toker, gone. Later, bitch. Somebody get Toker gone. 24 hours for Toker. Immediately starts complaining. Immediately. Can you answer this question? No, I cannot. I'm going to complain. Deported. Later, bitch. We don't allow dumb bitches in this country. We don't allow people who don't take accountability in this country. You will assimilate. You will speak in the manner that we ask you to speak. And if we do not like your speech, you will be deported. And our ICE agents are on your ass. The refineries we built, the land and ports we built. We built land? If we build a port in another country, do we own that? Thank you for answering the question, by the way, veteran traveler. You can stay. Thank you for that. So if we go to another country because we invest and we build a refinery, does that mean we get to go invade them after if they tell us to leave? What about anything that was built by illegal immigrants here or legal immigrants that we've deported? Can they come back? They stole our hearts. Trump said wrong. Thank you, Jimmy. Future assets. They stole future assets? What future assets? But it says that they previously stole, so that's wrong, right? Because Trump said previously. So you're saying that obviously Trump's not saying what you're saying. Anybody else? The oil in the ground, the land above the oil, and the stuff the companies built. Democrats are pro-dictator. Suck my balls, Mario. Enjoy your deportation. Straight to CCOT for Mario. Put him in the chains and the cuffs. Put his head down. Ass to balls. You're going to CCOT. I might have missed what you said, Dark Myth. Say it again. But you can get your ban. Dark Kermit, sorry. We owned the Panama Canal. That's correct. That's correct, Jed. Not, I need you to say it how I want you to say it. That's how we're doing things here. Just like you guys, this is the same as Trump's deportation policy. If I don't like your rhetoric, if I don't like your politics, you're being deported for the last hour. You can come back on Monday, bitches. They stole oil we dumped in the Caribbean that washed up on their shore. They invited us in to develop what they couldn't, then just took it without paying out our investment. What investment, Gorgo? Give me an example of that. If you don't give me an example of that, Gorgo, I have to assume that you made that up. And then I have to deport you for lying. They stole American lives with poison. Well, Trump said oil, land, and other assets that they stole. So try again. Dark Kermit. All right, you can get. Well, actually, we're gonna keep you here because you want to be deported. Now I want to keep you around because you want to be deported. Okay, Kalani, what oil fields did we legally own? What Venezuelan oil fields did we legally own? And what was the law for that? You have about 5 minutes before we boot you. Who is this? Jesus Christ is Lord. God loves you, host. Have a nice day. Nope. Go back to your own country. China currently owns farmland in my home state of Missouri. By Republican logic, that means they are allowed to invade because of it. No, because they don't love the flag. Don't deport you. You're Mexican and that'd be racist. Mexican's not a race. Or a race. Sorry. Try again. Koch brothers want their refinery back. Very simple. Yeah, there you go. There's the honesty. Have a contractor work on your house and don't pay them and see what happens to your assets. I bet they won't come in with a military. I bet they would take me to civil court. So why don't we just take them to civil court then? You know there's world courts you can do this civilly, right? Yeah, I saw Mr. Global's video. It was good. You hit me with your rebuttal again, ATF. Sorry, there's a lot of stuff going on in here. I can't catch it all. Trump EO just now attempts to make 12/24 and 12/26 national holidays. I saw that. I mean, we drilled the wells, provided the technicians the training. Without us, they take a while to develop it alone. So then we get to go in with our army? Is that how that works? And why do you keep saying we? This isn't we. These are American companies working within the law in Venezuela. Our laws don't apply in Venezuela. If Venezuela changes their laws, we have to change. Just like here in America, when people immigrate here, when foreign businesses operate here, if we change the law, they don't get to invade us. If we take their assets, they don't get to invade us. This is like American arrogance at its best. If you ever do anything we don't like, the army's coming. All right. Now, we'll go here. All right, we'll skip. That's the rest of it. You can read the rest of that. The reason I wanted to go into this is because we've seen all of this before. And I'm going to skip a bunch of stuff. And I'm going to go down to this clip. This is here we go, 27. I read that actually. Excuse me, 28. This is Margaret Brennan on Face the Nation. what's going to happen with this blockade? What's the plan here? Did somebody just cite PBD? Like PBD said this morning, you'll be deported because Jesus loves you, but in Mexico. PBD's a dumb motherfucker. I'm really enjoying watching his numbers crater as people are slowly realizing that PBD is a fucking dipshit.
It sounds like you support more.
Oh, why didn't I go full screen? What did I do there?
Sanctions and possibly more seizures of oil. But isn't there a risk that cutting off money will further hurt the already impoverished people of Venezuela?
We played some of this yesterday. This was, what is her name? Machado. She's the opposition leader in Venezuela.
Isn't that a risk?
Of course, what we're doing is for the well-being of the Venezuelan people. What we want to do is to save lives. But Maduro was the one who declared a war on the Venezuelan people. War we didn't want, a war we are suffering with hundreds of thousands.
I just need to point out that none of this is true. None of this is true. Brian Miller, sorry, you have to stay on subject. If you are a person who thinks that the logo of the source means that you can't trust it, you're too stupid to be here. So you can apologize for basing your opinion on what the logo says. You can apologize for that and stay, or you're too goddamn dumb and we don't need your type in this country poisoning the blood and you got to go. We don't allow people here for this last hour. This is going to be a serious conversation. Earlier, we were talking about stuff that wasn't as serious. You're welcome. But if you are the type of person who sees a logo and decides whether or not it's credible, you're too stupid to be here. Go back to the shithole from whence you came, or apologize. So will somebody look for whoever that was, whoever that said that? And if they don't apologize, Brian Miller, that's who it is. Brian Miller can either apologize or get deported for being too goddamn dumb to be here.
Of killings and forced executions in the last years. And right now, I want to be very clear with the international community. The resources Maduro gets are not going to schools or hospitals. In Venezuela, a teacher earns $1 a day. Pensions are less than $1 a month.
How does this jive with the America First movement here? I don't know if again, some of you are saying the same thing. I don't trust her. We shouldn't have to trust her. It doesn't fucking matter. Venezuela is its own country. It is not up to us to pick a side in their country and then go in and force our will. You were supposed to be against this, Republicans. It was one of the few things I kind of agreed with you on. Because I've always held this, not always. When I was a Republican, I didn't hold this opinion. But as I left Republicanism and I was a libertarian for a while, that's where I got like this idea that, you know what, these regime change wars, us constantly intervening in other people's shit, it doesn't work. It always makes things worse. And you all said this throughout the entire campaign. And now you're just cheerleading it. I don't know if she's telling the truth or not, but I know that it's her country, not our country. It should not be our responsibility to take a side. And our president's basically admitting, like, it's not about her. We just want oil and resources.
Children go twice a week to school. The sources, the cash the regime gets from these illegal activities goes to buy arms, to pay gang members, to.
By the way, the illegal activity she's talking about is selling oil. You can't. Do you think that the United States, for 1 second, would allow some other country to tell us who we can and cannot sell oil to? We have no right to tell them who they can buy oil from. We can punish the countries who buy oil from them. It's not our oil, Shane A, whatever your name is. You don't get to stay here if you lie. It's not our oil. We would never allow that to happen. Why do Republicans think that we get to determine who Venezuela sells oil to? Why are you guys like this all of a sudden? No new wars, no regime change wars, America first, fuck Venezuela, use our military to tell them what they can and cannot do.
spy and infiltrate, and to even
Shane, you're getting deported. Sorry, Shane. You can't keep saying things that aren't true in this country. You can come back on Monday, but for the last hour, we're deporting dipshits. So you're gone. It's not our oil. It was a contract that American companies made with Venezuela. Venezuela can change their laws anytime they fucking want to, and it was not ours. It's not yours. You're not Shell. You're not Phillips. Why are you bootlicking for fucking oil companies? Why are you trying to take us to war because an oil company made a bad fucking deal?
When oil companies in this country make bad business deals, we go to war for them because we're fucking bootlickers.
You're going to have to go. We don't want people like you in our country who think going to war for oil companies is a good idea.
further increase their illegal narcotics activities and so on. So these resources are not going towards the people, they're going for corruption and crime.
No, they're selling it to people we label as terrorists. They're selling it to Iran. That's why. And again, we don't get to tell them who they can sell oil to. We can choose to not do business with people, and that's what these sanctions have always been about. When we sanction, like when we did it to Cuba, we did it to Venezuela, the point is we tell these other countries, if you work with them, we're not going to work with you. And now we're saying, we're actually going to use our military to steal your shit. When you say, oh, yes, we can. Yeah, we can do it. We can do whatever we want because we have a massive military. But I'm just curious why you guys think people should die and we should use the military to make up for bad business deals that the oil executives made.
Guys, America really, if anybody takes advantage of our poor oil companies, we're going to use the military on them.
Get their dicks out of your mouth for 1 second. We've already done this. We did this in Iraq. You sound exactly the same. I'm going to prove that. I'm going to show you some clips that are going to kind of blow your mind a little bit. This is from the O'Reilly Factor on March 19th, 2023. This is the night the Iraq war started. Before we get going, only Republicans, please. I got it. Please, everybody listen. Only Republicans. Thumbs up if you think the Iraq war was good. Thumbs down if you think it was bad. Like, should we have gone to war in Iraq? Just thumbs up if you think that we should. Thumbs down if we shouldn't. And I do understand that Trump's opinion, and maybe this will help you because you might not know, Trump's opinion is that going to Iraq was wrong. Okay. I think that there's JR, done good. Iraq was a mistake. Thank you. Thank you. Can somebody deport Crippen 412? Won't stay on topic. Sorry, Crippen. You got to go. You're too dumb to be here. Okay. Everybody knows it was wrong. This is going to fuck you up. Now I need you to... Okay, Larry says it was a crime. Now I need you all to promise to be honest. Because what you're about to watch is all the same shit you just said. And you're going to watch Fox News doing exactly what they did before. Cheerlead us right into a war. Here's the O'Reilly Factor from the night we decided to enter the Iraq war.
Get right to our Iraq coverage. The memo.
This is only coming out of my right headphone, so if you're not hearing it, switch to your right headphone or maybe put it on speaker.
Not be kind to Senator Tom Daschle. Right up front, I have to tell you, I do not respect Mr. Daschle. A few months ago, he publicly criticized the Fox News channel for not being fair to the Democratic Party. That, of course, is baloney. We have just as many Democrats on this network as Republicans. But what Mr. Daschle did not tell you was that we had invited him on the Factor dozens of times. And his staff...
Now, the reason he's going after Tom Daschle is because Tom Daschle opposed going to the war in Iraq. He said, no, this is clearly a regime change war. Even though I don't agree with what Saddam Hussein is doing, I don't think it's right to go in there and attack them, and based on the idea of weapons of mass destruction.
Always dismissed us rudely. Now, to be fair, lots of folks are rude to us because we don't pander to anyone. But Daschle was outrageous in his accusations and intellectually dishonest as well. Now the South Dakota senator finds himself in the same position as Trent Lott. His credibility is finished. As you may know, Daschle has criticized the war against Iraq, saying, quote, "This president failed so miserably."
Real quick, Bill O'Reilly is saying that if at any point, if you supported invading Iraq, you have no credibility. Well, that's all of you. That's all of you right now.
In diplomacy that we are now forced to war. But in 1998, when President
Robert, somebody banned Robert Homiak. Sorry, we don't do Islamophobia here. Sorry, go somewhere else with your dipshit friends.
Clinton bombed Iraq, Daschle said this: "We have virtually exhausted our diplomatic effort to get the Iraqis to comply with their own agreements and with international law. Given that, we have got to force them to comply, and we are doing so militarily." So what's up with the hypocrisy, Senator?
I want to be clear also. Nobody here is supporting Maduro. Okay? Not one of us is supporting Maduro. The argument here is about the actions of America. Should America be the world's police? You'd like to see, well, the Venezuelan people nationalize their oil so that they could benefit from the oil. How would us stealing the oil help the Venezuelans benefit from the oil? I'm happy for the Venezuelan people to get help from the oil. It's not our job, though, to go in and make those decisions.
You were all for using force 5 years ago. Now, after 9/11, the threat from Saddam's weapons is even greater. What say you?
I don't know anybody on the left that says that Maduro's a good guy. And you have to prove that now, Inzane. Inzane, I need you to give me a name of somebody on the left that we would know that says Maduro's a good guy. And if you can't do that, we have to deport you for lying.
Truth is, Mr. Daschle's playing politics in a time of life and death. And that should be unacceptable to all Americans, not just Republicans. Senator Lott lost power because his credibility dissolved after he applauded a philosophy that hurt African Americans. Now Senator Daschle is embracing a philosophy that is inconsistent with his past positions, and it is not helpful at all in the war against Saddam. So talking point.
There's Fox News cheerleading, and anybody who's opposing the war in Iraq is being smashed by Fox News. They're discrediting them all over the place, which is exactly what Fox News is doing now, which is exactly what some of you are doing now with Maduro. You are changing the argument and pretending that we are on the side of Maduro. You can be I'm on the side of the United States. I am on the side of the United States. I'm on the side of, frankly, America first right now. I think that it is none of our goddamn business. I don't think we should tell people how to do trade. But if we do and they disobey us, we don't get to murder them. We don't get to use our military because they didn't keep our rules that we just decided we were going to levy against them. We do not own the world. This will not help anything. It never does. If we invade Venezuela, we lose trust all over the world, and we create radicals, and we create radicals closer to home. If you think the radicals that we helped create in the Middle East are a problem, imagine when they are closer to home in Venezuela. Imagine if other countries nearby decide, we agree with Venezuela. America can't just go in there and do whatever the fuck they want. This type of it goes back to the mindset we were talking about. Like, Republicans are driven by fear. They will justify abhorrent behavior because they're afraid of fucking everything. They don't believe in diplomacy. They don't respect diplomacy. They are thoroughly convinced that everybody who doesn't like them or think like them or support them is their actual enemy, and that they are justified to use physical force against those people preemptively by saying, oh, they hate us and eventually they'll kill us, so we have to kill them first. And every fucking time, you just create more radicals. Every fucking time. You can put the opposition on TV all you want, Fox News, but there are people in Venezuela who love Maduro. And those people believe that he won his election, even though Fox News and Republicans don't. So if you kill him, if you decapitate their leader, if you interfere in their politics when you have no right to do that, they will become radicalized against you. It is a self-sustaining prophecy. These people are radicalized against us. What should we do? Let's make them more radical. Thank you, Rusty. I agree. Coward. Donald Trump and MAGA are cowards. It is incredible cowardice to just assume that people are going to kill you, so you must kill them first. It is bitch-made, baby shit soft, typical conservatism that has dragged us into war every fucking time. I've said it before. Conservatives dragged us into Vietnam. And what did they do when they dragged us into Vietnam? They used the media to smear the Vietnam protesters. And for fuck's sakes, when Muhammad Ali wouldn't go fight in Vietnam, they turned it into an anti-black and anti-Muslim smear. They started saying black Muslim people in this country are a threat because they won't join our military and go to Vietnam to kill people. And so an icon in this country, Muhammad Ali, was smeared by every news organization, by every politician as a traitor. We all recognize now, in hindsight, that Vietnam was a mistake. But we don't learn the lesson. You know how I know we didn't learn the lesson? Because then we did Desert Storm. Then we did Iraq. Then we did Afghanistan. And now it's Venezuela. And every single fucking time, it's conservatives hiding behind patriotism and saying, we don't like war, but sometimes it's justified, dragging us into dumb fucking wars. And who benefits? Do you guys know how long it took to topple Saddam Hussein? Do you know? I saw some people in here saying that, oh, we'll topple Venezuela quickly. Republicans, anybody? Do you know how long it took? Because we got out of Iraq, what, less than 10 years ago? Do you know how long it took? Some 3 years, good guess. Day Dallas. 9 years, good guess. 20 minutes, not a great guess. 1 day. It took 3 weeks. It took 3 weeks. And then we were there for decades. Why were we there for decades? Because Dick Cheney and all of his friends went in and they got all the contracts to rebuild Iraq. Took 3 weeks to topple the regime. Thank you. And what did we get from it? Monique, thank you. What did we get out of that war? Nothing. Who did get something out of that? Halliburton? All of Dick Cheney's friends? Oil companies who went and struck deals mostly for transportation, not necessarily for drilling or refining, but for transportation. And did we get any of that money? Did America benefit from that? No. Let's just say we go to Venezuela, we topple Maduro. We now have U.S. oil companies in Venezuela producing oil. What do you get for that? What do you get? You get nothing. And they'll get tax breaks. We'll cut them deals. They'll avoid paying taxes. They'll get paid by their government. That we won't get a fucking thing. And we have to pay for the invasion. So we're subsidizing a hostile takeover of a foreign country so a handful of oil tycoons can get what they want. And you don't get shit. You're just a fucking pawn. You're just being used by these oil barons. They're playing on your patriotism. They're playing on your fear. Can we get... No, Larry, you won't get the gold. Our country won't get anything. It'll go... Any of these minerals that we want access to will go to the oligarchs, to the AI guys, to the oil barons. They will get that access. We won't get a goddamn thing. You're legitimately bootlicking for billionaires, and you're advocating that we murder people in other countries so billionaires can get more money, and you don't get shit.
Have you ever, every fucking time it goes, have you ever served in the military? I'm advocating for those who served in the military. God bless you if you served in the military. I'm tired of our government sending you to war and putting your life in danger so that rich people can get more rich. Are you not tired of being used as pawns? If you served in the military and you're here, raise your hand. I want to see, how many veterans do we have here? Hands up in the chat if you served in the military. Oh, there's like a 10. Thank you. A lot of people served in the military. Which, now I also, any of you who served in an active war, can any of you say that the war that you served in was justified? If you did, if you served in the military and you went to one of the wars that we've been active in, can you name which one of those wars was justified? Or do you feel like you got used? Dad was in the Army 30. I seen what it did to my dad. My dad was in Vietnam. Yes, I wore it, not justified. I appreciate that. Jade said, let's be clear, not many people like Maduro, but what America is doing will make people side with Maduro, and he did not legally win his election. I agree. Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks, Gustix broadcast for the raid on Twitch.
Oh, thanks, Gus. Appreciate it. I'm not getting the notification, so Jen has to jump in. I'm not seeing any of the super chats or anything. You think that this is the time? You think finally this is the time that they're going to get it right? Everybody that's in this chat right now, we're in 100% agreement that the government of this country always sends us to war for reasons that are not justified. And you think this is the one that's going to be justified? I think you guys know better than this. This is my problem. This is why I hate Trump. And I hope you guys will take this how it's intended. I'm not saying that you have to hate Trump. But this is the thing about Trump that made me stop being a Republican. He forces you to take positions that you don't actually believe. He forces you to support things that you don't actually want. But you do like him, and I get why you like him, honestly. Like, as a former Republican, and my views not changed, I get why you like him. He's not like all the other Republicans. He's not like Mitt Romney. He doesn't say the right thing. He doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't give a fuck about anybody in his party. If he thinks they're wrong, he will go at them. He doesn't play the game like other politicians did. I get all of that. I get his rhetoric. I get what he's saying. I understand why that resonates with you. I understand if you have a family. I understand you wanting to feel safe. I understand when you watch a video of an immigrant beating somebody up, or you hear a story about Laken Riley. I understand why that upsets you, and I understand why that creates fear in you, and I understand why Trump's message resonates with you. I get all of that. But it's the solutions to all of the things he does that you guys are morally opposed to that you wind up supporting. 4 years ago, none of you wanted to see a woman handcuffed to an ICE officer being dragged across the ground. None of you wanted to see that. But today you are forced to defend it. None of you wanted to see a kid in the back of the car with 2 ICE agents who had just thrown their dad in prison and drive away with a screaming kid, not knowing who these masked strangers are that just stole their dad and drove away. None of you wanted that, but with Trump, you're forced to defend it, and you do it. That's why I hate Trump, because he forces you guys to defend stuff you don't believe in, and he's created a cult following. You know that this is true. You know that anybody who criticizes Trump from the right gets ostracized. Nobody has been a better friend to Donald Trump than Marjorie Taylor Greene. And then she said, hey, you're hiding the Epstein files. You're hiding the fucking Epstein files, and I don't like that. She's telling you, he called her and yelled at her. He threatened her. don't vote for the discharge of the Epstein files. And you guys took his side. I find myself agreeing with fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene. The very next day, she's like on the floor of Senate being like, there's only 2 genders. I'm like, fuck. God, I hate that I side with her, but I'm not gonna pretend that I don't side with her just because now she's saying something that I don't like. He forces you to, and that's why you just brought up that Dems had Epstein files for 4 years. He forces you to do this. He forces you to not acknowledge reality and only focus on shit outside of him. None of you have the balls to criticize him. And it is a pathetic thing that's happened. And now you are justifying a war. And this has all happened before. We've watched this country do this a million times. I love you. Stop asking. Said something witty and clever that doesn't embarrass you. Maybe next time a dick joke. Thank you. Rachel said 2 tickets to the shit show. Burned Out Medic said, hope you and Jen have a great weekend. Bradley says they tell you that you should just say no to drugs, but if I'm talking to my drugs, I probably already said yes. Electric Dad said Barron better be the first one with boots on the ground. He can. He's got a genetic condition called bone spurs, and he's also 300 feet tall. It's gonna be hard. Locke, I appreciate it. If you're saying you criticize Trump and you'd like him to tone it down, that's fine. But I don't think, if we're just being honest, Locke, I appreciate you saying that. I do think it's further. I don't think toning it down is what you should be saying. I think you should criticize him specifically, right? That makes change. What you're generically saying is like, yeah, sometimes he bothers me, but I'm not really even willing to be specific here. We shouldn't be going to Venezuela. This should be an easy one. Those of you who were here before, you used to criticize Biden for this. Like in the last election, you criticized him for being the world's police. And we've never, we're way more world police now. Well, what do you criticize him for, ESP? Tell me. I'm not still Republican. My views have changed. I'm not still Republican. I don't think you guys have any good ideas. I would be a Republican if you changed your ideas, because I can't stand the Democrats either. I don't like either party. I'm not married to either party. But no, I think that the Republican ideas don't work. We shouldn't be talking about it. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Jade. We shouldn't be talking about it. We shouldn't have to be talking about this. I was an elected Republican. You can look you can find my name. You can look it up. You'll see that I was elected in party leadership in Utah as a Republican. You can find pictures of me with Mitt Romney working in his campaign in Iowa. My solution to this, thank you, good question, Dave. My solution to what's happening in Venezuela is that we continue to use economic sanctions. Let me show you who benefits here. Where did this go? Here we go. My and I think this is where we get lost, because Trump does something, it doesn't work, and then you guys double down on it, because Trump always, no matter what he does, if it doesn't work, he doubles down on it. But let's just talk about the effects of what's happening here. Well, look, Dave, we can talk about other things right now. Let's talk about Venezuela now. Come back anytime, and you're welcome to come up here and talk to me anytime, too. I'd be happy to share my solutions on anything. But look who's benefiting here, even Fox admitting it.
I think over 80% were.
Don't call me a rhino for supporting Mitt Romney. One thing that happened while I was on Romney's campaign is Donald Trump followed us around everywhere. Donald Trump was so desperate to get on stage with Mitt Romney that he followed him everywhere. Mitt Romney was Donald Trump's biggest cheerleader and biggest fan. Again, you're only calling him a rhino because he saw he saw Trump for who he was, and Trump got mad later. But Donald Trump was dick riding Mitt Romney the entire campaign. Go look it up. They weren't even inviting him to shit. He just followed Romney's plane around. Nobody was a bigger fan of Mitt Romney than Donald Trump. And when Romney lost, do you know what Donald Trump did? Donald Trump went on Fox News and everywhere he could and said the election was stolen. That nobody possibly could have voted for Obama over Mitt Romney because Romney was such a good candidate. He loved Romney until Romney called him out, and then suddenly he was like, oh, I never liked that guy. Dude, he was a fanboy of Mitt Romney. He was so jealous of Mitt Romney. He wanted to be involved so bad, and Romney kept him at an arm's distance, and it used to make him so fucking mad. But Romney is making a lot more sense than Trump. Anyways, here's back to who's benefiting. Sorry, I got distracted. I wanted to answer that question.
I think over 80% or 85% of their total economic income comes from oil. If they can't get it out, something's got to give. Who's getting this discounted oil? Guess what? China, by a staggering amount. Yeah, we get some. If you look at our color over here, yeah, we get some. But
so the outcome of what we've done with the sanctions that we've put on Venezuela and the actions we've taken against Iran is that China is getting cheaper oil. Why are we doubling down on a policy that is making life easier on China? By the way, I would say that Romney is a Republican. Almost every MAGA supporter I know says, I'm not Republican. I don't consider myself a Republican. I'm independent or I'm MAGA. Trump doesn't consider himself Republican. He considers himself a MAGA. I would say that you guys are Republican in name only. Either way, it's stupid. But let's just point out that, like, this is what I'm talking about. We can disagree on whether we like Trump or not. I think he's a piece of shit. You might think he's 10 out of 10. That's fine. We can disagree on that. But let's agree on the facts. Who's benefiting from this trade war against Venezuela? China. Once again, we're getting outplayed by China every fucking time. Every fucking time. And while this is happening, China is using the cheap oil to build what? AI. And how are they subsidizing that? With profits from their companies. And what's their plan? Renewable energy. So as they're building out these data centers, they're doing it with renewable energy. So they know that their reliance or their ability to get cheap Venezuelan oil will go away. So they prepared for that. The United States tried to prepare for that, but then Trump came in and slashed all the funding for solar and wind, and now we want to rely on oil for some reason. And we don't have enough oil to keep our oil companies busy down in the Gulf. We need this heavy oil. We don't make heavy oil. Or we don't produce heavy oil. So we got to go get it from Venezuela. So it's the most expensive way possible. And in the lead up to changing our energy policy to the most expensive way possible, China is getting discounted oil, which they are using to build out their infrastructure for renewable energy. China is dick kicking us over and over and over again. And rather than trying diplomacy, rather than copying what they do that works, Donald Trump just gets mad and says, fine, we'll use the military. That's why. And even stuff like this, rib tip, because wind farms are bullshit. This I know firsthand. Apparently you don't, because wind is the cheapest energy to produce. And when I say cheapest energy to produce, take oil, take solar, take wind. Talk about how much you have to spend to produce energy. And then take the energy that you produce and run it against your expenses and say, like, what are we producing? Now, with wind and solar, there's an initial investment, but then it's renewable. So now every year that wind farm is in existence and every year that solar farm is in existence, we are making money without investment. So the ROI, the longer it stays standing, goes up and up and up. And that is not the case with oil, because oil requires constant replacing, and we have to drill, and then we have to move rigs. So the cost of acquiring oil goes up and up and up, and it's not renewable. And it's heavily volatile. Stuff that other countries do can affect the production of oil and the cost of oil. Donald Trump is choosing to rely on an energy that we can't fully control. So there may be times when we're not doing so well as a country that oil is also very expensive. Then what are we going to do? What do we do when we can't afford it? That's why you invest in renewables, which is what China's doing. This isn't political. It's not Republican versus Democrat. It's just common sense. And Fox News is pointing it out, for fuck's sakes. Fox News is pointing out, holy shit, we're getting destroyed here.
This is who benefits. And that's why China, in our backyard, getting discounted oil does not work for us, does not work for our national security, and certainly...
Name one cargo ship that is solar or wind. Chris, this is a flaw in Republican ideology and your responses to me. Solar works where it works. We should use solar where it works. Wind works where it works. We should use it where it works. In places that it doesn't work, maybe we use coal. Maybe we use oil. But getting off what my problem is with the Republicans is that they are taking places where solar and wind do work, and they're getting rid of them. Hydro, also another good option. It's become ideological for you people. It's become completely ideological. You are against wind and solar because it is against your principles for some reason. It doesn't make any sense. I don't care where we get oil. I don't care where we get energy. I want it to be the cheapest way possible, and I would prefer that it be clean. And sometimes we have to choose between clean energy and what's affordable. And sometimes we can't do clean energy affordably, so we have to go to a dirtier energy like coal or oil. It is nuanced. It is not wind versus oil. It's not solar versus oil. It's where does it make sense to do solar? Where does it make sense to do wind? And that's my problem with Trump, is Trump said, all wind, all solar, bad, no more subsidies, we're cutting it all out. And who benefits from that? You don't, and I don't. But who does benefit from that? Trump's donors, because now they need to pump more oil so that they can facilitate everybody. It was a buy-off. They bribed him to do it. He told them he would do it. He told you, like, hey, give me a bunch of money to win this election, and I'll make sure that you guys can sell as much oil as you want. This is a kickback to his oil buddies, and you're paying for it. That's it. I don't care if Trump, honest to God, there are some things Trump's done that I like, and I bring it up when I like it. I like the idea behind $1,000 per child. I don't like the mechanism with how he's doing it. And I would imagine that whoever the next president is that's not a Republican will change that, and they will say that, like, it's got to be a blind trust. I think that's a good thing that he did. I'm okay with that. There's stuff that I don't mind if Republicans have the idea versus Democrats. I'm just saying this is stupid. It is stupid to say only oil. That is a dumb fucking policy. And that's what his policy is. And it's killing us. We're getting absolutely dusted by everybody who's competing against us. That's why I have problems with it. These aren't just like, this isn't TDS. This isn't, I don't like Trump because I don't like Trump. I'm talking about like what's happening in front of us. I want to go back to that O'Reilly factor from March 19th, 2003, because I want to show you how identical this message is. This one is, which one is this one? Yeah. This is now Fox News saying that you're an enemy if you don't just go along with being dragged to war. The same stuff you guys are saying, the same stuff Fox is saying today, the same stuff Republicans are saying today. Oh, like when we went to war with Iraq, what Fox said about everybody who opposed it was, they're just on the, you're either on the side of Saddam Hussein or you're not. Now, remember, we polled the audience here. 100% of you agreed that going to Iraq was wrong. 100%. So that means that what we're about to watch here, when Bill O'Reilly and the Republicans criticize people and say that they are unpatriotic or that they're siding with Saddam Hussein, history tells us they were wrong.
In the Unresolved Problem segment tonight, we have had an
once again, this is only coming out my right ear, so you may have problems hearing it.
Interesting discussion on the Radio Factor today about freedom and the abuse of it. I submit to you this evening that any American who commits civil disobedience in this time of war and terror is putting other Americans in danger. That's because the authorities should be focusing all their energies on protecting us from killers like those on 9/11. And
think of what Fox News does every single day. They cover civil disobedience. If you oppose ICE doing unlawful things, then you side with the immigrants. If you oppose us blowing up narco boats, then you side with the narco terrorists. If you oppose us invading Venezuela, then you side with Maduro. This is 1993. Wait, so are Trump so are Trump saying communist China is better than America because they simply have better tech? It might be.
If those authorities are diverted by dragging you out of the street, our protection is not as great as it should be. Freedom of speech is fine. Breaking the law in this intense time is not. With us now,
freedom of speech is fine, except for when we're trying to drag ourselves into war. Freedom of speech is fine sometimes. This is always Fox. We love freedom of speech, except for when? Except for when it's opposing what we want. Then it's bad. Then it's anti-American. Freedom of speech is always good. The January 6th, everybody who didn't go into the Capitol, you were doing a good thing. I disagree with what you thought. You were out peacefully protesting. You were making sure that the legislators that you voted for and didn't vote for know that there were a million of you that were very upset that they didn't listen to you. That was a good thing. Before you went into the Capitol, it was a good thing. All of these people protesting ICE before they do something illegal, good thing. So most of them. But every time a Republican is doing something unlawful, Fox News runs in to tell you that this time it's different. This time freedom of speech should be quelled.
New York studio is Professor Dave McFadden, who is chairman of the history department at Fairfield University in Connecticut.
Chris, I wouldn't know how to bot my views, but I appreciate you saying that. But if you look at our views, they were a lot better like 2 months ago. If I knew how to bot views, they probably would be where they were before.
He sees things a bit differently. Now, Professor, when we were talking on the radio, you were saying historically America has a long tradition of dissent during war, and that's true. But it's different now because the war is here on our soil, and all the authorities must be coordinated to protect us. As I said, to divert their attention elsewhere, I think, is dangerous.
In the entire history of...
So just so we're clear, we all agreed with this guy before we played the clip. Every Republican that was in here when we were polled said the Iraq war was a mistake. We should absolutely have fought against it. Protesting it was the right thing to do. So before we played this clip, just remember, all of us already agreed with Dave McFadden from Fairfield University.
U.S. dissent during wars. There have been occasions like this in the past. There have always been dissent, and dissent must be protected if American freedoms are going to be protected.
Agreed.
It's a major...
No, I don't believe that the ICE protesters are insurrectionists. No. Because an insurrection is a specific thing. I don't believe that the ICE protesters are attempting to take over our government or attack our government. I think they're very specifically going after one issue, and their issue is the unlawful detentions and actions of ICE.
Feature of the Bill of Rights, freedom of speech, and it's been struggled for over many years, from the American Revolution to the Civil War to the Spanish-American War, World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam. Every time there have been protesters, and that protecting that right is absolutely critical to protecting
But there's a difference
American freedom.
There's a difference between protesting legally and illegally, and I'm going to submit to you.
Okay.
You see, look.
I agree. You just watch those videos from the Iraq war. There was very little illegal protest. Now, this is the trick that Fox News and right-wingers play. What they do is they broadly say that all of these protesters are bad, and when they get cornered, they say, well, you got to do it the legal way. We heard that it's the same thing with immigration. You guys all told us we don't mind immigrants. We just want them to do it the legal way. And then during the Biden administration, millions of people came here legally through the asylum process, and then you all just lie and say that or your politicians all lie and say that that's illegal immigration. No, you didn't like it when they did it the legal way. You still despised it when they did it the legal way. You all despise ICE protests. I got criticized for Colin Kaepernick earlier. That was a legal protest. He didn't do anything illegal. They always do this in times when they want you to adjust. They say, we love free speech. It's got to be done the right way. And then they'll show one person breaking the law, and then they'll apply that to everybody. This is from 1993. It's the same fucking playbook. It's always been the same fucking playbook.
You know what I'm saying here. This is different. It's a different circumstance. We need all our...
ICE does have a mandate. I see with you. This is what I'm talking about, AFP. I think it's America first. ICE has a mandate, and it's illegal. Much of what ICE is doing is illegal. And this is what I'm saying about you conservatives. This is how you're programmed. When you feel fear, you abandon democracy. You abandon the laws. You just want to feel safe. And right now, for some reason, you're all scared of immigrants. So you don't mind what's happening, and you will justify what's happening because you are scared. You can pretend that you're not, but this is all fear-based. That's why they always lie to you about the number of illegal immigrants that came in here. They said it's 20 million. Best estimates say it's like 3. But they lie to you. They tell you 25. Donald Trump literally just stood in front of us and said 25 million illegal immigrants came into this country. By his own numbers, it's somewhere between like 3 and 5 million. But you guys, and that's why you're getting mad at me right now, because you've been conditioned that this is an actual scary thing. So you're ignoring facts and you're ignoring the law. Do you want me to show this to you? Let's see. I can show you the numbers. I also want to show you guys a conditioned response that you have. The conditioned response that you have when I say something you disagree with is laughter. That's just a nervous tick. As of, let's see, if we use CBP, since Biden took office, there were 10.8 million total encounters nationwide. I can pull this up from Homeland Security. This was as of May of 2024. So there was another half year here. 10 million encounters. Those are people that they encountered. Anybody that is here illegally that is encountered gets sent back, because these encounters happen within 100 miles of the border. What they then say is this, one of the most revealing stats revealed by CBP was that encounters at southwest border points of entry in April grew nearly 100% compared to April 2021. This is evidenced through the number of appointments scheduled through the CBP One map, which skyrocketed to more than 591,000 since January of 2023. These are legal immigrants. In addition, more than 434,000 inadmissible aliens have arrived in the U.S. since the official launch of the mass parole program, with the majority arriving through Florida, Texas, New York, California airports, as DHS documents obtained by the committee via subpoena show. So they caught these people. When you look at gotaways, let me find the gotaways here. The gotaways is what they are saying are the people that came here illegally and didn't get sent back. Is it here? There it is. 2 million during the administration. 2 million is the number. No, I define legal entry as any recorded entry where they had a legitimate claim for asylum. Well, I'm just using the law, right? If you're here illegally, that means that you have entered our country and you have no legal basis to stay. That's what somebody, an illegal immigrant is, right? So if I'm looking at these numbers and we're talking about the mass parole, those are legal immigrants. In addition, 434 inadmissible have arrived since the launch of that program. So they caught 434,000. And the total number of people that got away, that they know about, is 2 million. So the number's probably higher than 2 million, because it's impossible to count people that you don't know about. But that's how our government polls illegal immigration numbers. How many people do we know came in illegally and got away? And the answer under the Biden administration was 2 million. So this is what I'm telling you is, if that bothers you, if the 2 million number bothers you, that's fine. You could be upset by that. But then I just want to know why you think Donald Trump says 25 million. Because they want that number to be bigger to scare you, so you ignore the lawlessness. And that's what happened here with Iraq too.
Law enforcement to be protecting us against attacks at home.
We're not talking about Minnesota right now. We're not changing subjects. I am being an asshole today, and I am being very strict today. You will stay on topic, AFP. I've talked about Omar. I've talked about Minnesota. I've done multiple episodes on that. You can go back and watch those. But anybody who's not on topic with what we're talking about now or trying to what about to something else, mods, you have free reign to deport them. AFP, I have enjoyed you being here. I think you've raised some good counterpoints. So I'm not going to deport you. Stay on subject, though. I heard your wife's an immigrant. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. I'm talking about Trump lying. We're not talking about, no, it's not 25 million. You cite a source, AFP. Now that you said it's 25 million, you need to cite a source or I have to get rid of you.
And I believe it is morally wrong for these protesters to divert those people away from protecting us. Professor, I believe it is morally wrong.
I think there's a difference between deciding that at this point in time it is wise to commit civil disobedience.
AFP, one more chance. You have to cite a source for that 25 million. Otherwise, we're going to have strict immigration laws here. If you don't follow the laws of this country, we're going to get rid of you, okay? No due process.
And I think it is not. I think it is wrong at the moment to commit civil disobedience.
Good. I'm glad you feel that way.
But the right of civil disobedience, that is people breaking the law for moral reasons, and they know they're going to take the penalty for that, that right is firmly entrenched in American history.
All right,
from Henry David Thoreau in 1848 up to now.
I'm not gonna...
Whatever you say. If you think 2 million's high, if you think 10 million's high, fine. But what we're talking about is why Trump lies about it. He lies about it so that it sounds worse than it is, so that you guys justify his lawlessness.
Argue with you, but I will tell you this. If I find out anybody is doing that... all right.
You're calling me a coward for getting rid of you? Because wait, hold on. Hold on, AFP. Are you telling me that if we set clear rules and you don't follow those clear rules and you don't... the admission into this live, which we have laws, we have rules here. If you don't follow the laws, that we are cowards if we get rid of you for you not following the laws? Is that what you're saying, AFP? It's cowardice to get rid of somebody who doesn't speak the way that you want them to? Is that what we're saying? Careful. Careful. Careful what you're saying. Do you want different rules for immigrants? Do you want to? You should play by the same rules you're demanding, AFP. We see it every major city we go. Oh, now you're not answering questions. Follow the rules, AFP. Follow the rules, please. No whataboutisms. You're destroying the culture that we've built here, AFP. We need a source. Don't destroy our culture. Don't come in here and try and force your views on us from your shithole country. Come on, AFP. I know you. I know that you're somebody who thinks that people should assimilate. I need you to assimilate to our culture over here. We give sources. I showed my source. Now you need a source. You should try lying for Starmer. AFP, enjoy your ban. Mods, can you take care of AFP? AFP, 24-hour ban for you. We'll see you on Monday. We'll let you go back to the line. But just so you know, the second time you get deported, the consequences are far more severe. Everybody say goodbye to the coward AFP who came here and tried to infiltrate our country and force his views on us, replace our people, take our jobs. You motherfucker, you got to go.
Right, and today, just today in Washington here, people were arrested. Again, taking the Washington police away from their primary duty of protecting the people who live in the city because these idiots were trying to block traffic. It is morally wrong for them to do it. They should be condemned by Americans and shunned.
No, they should be protected because otherwise, what are we fighting for in this war if we don't have our freedoms?
See, there we go. There's that clip. There's Fox News always saying, like, we have to shut down protests that we don't like. Same Fox News who pretends that January 6th didn't happen. Then here, I liked this. This was the end. He used to do like a segment, I don't know, an email segment. And he's now going to be scolded by his own audience here.
About the Pope. Kevin Parasol, Arnold, Maryland. Bill, I heard you say you are a Catholic, but you disagree with the Pope. I know Saddam is a bad person who kills his citizens, but you should know that what counts is the afterlife. Saying bad things about the Pope will only hurt you in the afterlife. Well, Mr. Parasol, allowing innocent people to be killed is not going to do you too much good in the afterlife either, if you get my drift. Suzanne.
Interesting. Did we kill innocent people when we went to Iraq? Why am I busted on Fox News? Because Fox News drags conservatives into supporting war all the time. They've always done it. And this last time they tried to drag us to war, the Pope came out and said, hey, we don't need to murder people. And the good, solid Catholic Bill O'Reilly said, fuck the Pope. We got to kill innocent people. JD Vance, fuck the Pope. We got to treat immigrants inhumanely. I'm showing you Fox News from 1993 to show that you guys are on a replay. You're stuck in a loop. You fall for the same shit over and over again. And when we started this, I asked you about the Vietnam War, the Iraq War, the Afghanistan War. You all agreed that those were wrong, that literally every war we've gone to since Vietnam has been wrong. And every one of those wars, conservatives defended, demonized those who opposed it, called you un-American for advocating not going to war, said that you sided with the terrorists if you didn't advocate going for war, and they were wrong every time. So whatever you think about 2003, I might have said 93, 2003 conservatives, Bush conservatives who dragged us to war, you are them now. You're the same people. You're the same people that wanted to go to Afghanistan. You're the same people who wanted to go to Vietnam. You're the same people who supported Desert Storm. You're the same people who have left authorization of military force in the Middle East for 30 years now, where we do illegal drone strikes all the time, where both Obama and Trump and Biden used drones to kill innocent people. We all can agree that those strikes were bad. But because we are so divided politically, you're allowing yourselves to take a terrible fucking position because they're telling you to, because Trump took a terrible position. Trump took and I thought we were done with this, honestly. I thought you guys would hold him to regime change war. I thought when he ran on this, one of the things that I gave, the election was over, I was like, fuck, Trump's going to be president. But I was like, hey, maybe he'll stick to this no regime change war thing. I think that was the next day. The next time I did a show, I think I said something like, look, here's the things that hopefully Republicans will hold him accountable for. Let's not do regime change war. You guys loved that. Let's not do regime change war. Let's get you wanted the Epstein files. Hold him accountable for these things. And every step of the way, you guys refuse to hold him accountable. That's all we're pointing out here. And if you're somebody right now who's not holding him accountable, I think you need to acknowledge to yourself that you're playing a team sport. You don't really do thoughts of your own. I already answered that, America, only 1776. We've done this already. Here's what happened last time. Somebody asked if I served. I said no. Then I asked every single person in here who had served, and people were raising their hands. And every person who raised their hand, I then asked them if they had served in any branch during an active war. And if they had served in a branch in an active war, did any of them feel like it was a justified war? And 100% of the people also said, no, that wasn't a justified war. And that's what we're pointing out here, is that every one of these instances, they said, oh, the last war wasn't justified, but this one is. Oh, the last one wasn't justified, but this one is. And I don't think that those of you who have served or who currently serve deserve that type of treatment. I don't think you should be used as pawns. And so I'm advocating for those who aren't serving to stand with their military brothers and sisters and say, no, we will not sacrifice American lives. We will not sacrifice innocent Venezuelan lives so that we can take our oil companies and force Venezuela to give them lucrative contracts. It is not worth it to me to be killing innocent people either from our side or from the Venezuelan side. It is not worth it for me to ignore due process of these drug traffickers that are trafficking drugs in their boat. I don't like that we're breaking the law and just murdering them without due process. I don't think that's worth it. No, I can talk about whatever the fuck I want. It is a stupid thing to say that if you have not served, you can't talk about this. And here's why. I have no restrictions. When you serve, you have restrictions. One of my closest friends and family members is a Apache helicopter pilot. He's not allowed to talk. He's not allowed to dissent. If you served in the military, God bless your service, but you had to follow orders. You are order takers. I can absolutely talk. I can absolutely say unequivocally that those were unjust wars. Are you trying to silence my speech here, America only? Are you not a believer in free speech? Are you saying that I can't speak on unjustified wars if I haven't served? You're not a fan of freedom of speech? Careful with this one, America only. Careful. Are you saying my speech is not if I didn't serve, I can't speak? It's real quick. Jen, will you click on guys? Will you click on his profile and tell me if he has a YouTube channel where he does political commentary? Somebody click on America Only -1776. Tell me if he does political commentary. 50 people. I haven't banned 50 people today. A few. Yeah, no, I don't believe in free speech here. Just so we're clear, I'm not pretending that I believe in free speech on my platform. Anybody see? You don't? Okay, then you have to shut the fuck up because we're doing political commentary, America Only. And if you have never served as a political commentator, you have to shut the fuck up. So mute America Only 1776. He can't comment on political stuff because he doesn't do this for a job. No,
sorry, Kyle.
No, you're not a constitutional, so you're muted. Who's Kyle?
Yeah.
His name's
America.
Kyle? Oh.
Yeah, his name is Kyle.
Sorry, Kyle. Shut the fuck up. Sorry, bud. Don't set dumb rules that you don't like to follow, please.
And sorry, Kyle. I don't think you're his type. He doesn't want you suck. You're probably very small cock. So.
Oh, did he get a bunch of stuff?
Yeah, he got really upset. It got flagged, or it got Automog snagged him first. So.
Right. Lee Bryce sucks. AB said to justify the guard in places like LA, they showed old videos of unrest and AI videos. Court called it out, and Trump admitted that they showed old videos. Facts. They always have to lie to get you to support what they do. Because telling the truth, you wouldn't support. Some of you still would. Lee said, fee for your continuing education class. Thank you. Joseph said Trump doesn't want to force them to support. They're willing. Joel Bentitson, thank you for the super chat there. Amy said, the best thing about Trump, almost everything he does can be canceled the day he leaves office. True. That is the downside to ruling by executive order, is that the next president literally can just do one executive order and get rid of everything that he did. Let's see. Thank you. Jared said, Jay in his tyrannical area, and I'm fucking here for it. Thank you, Leanne. Here we go. We'll finish up. Maybe let's do 20 more minutes, then we'll do Friendly Friday, and then we'll get out of here. Renaming the Kennedy Center's fucking crazy, by the way.
Isn't there an announcement you're supposed to do?
What? Oh yeah. Sorry. It feels weird to do it now. I don't know what's left of the gift goal. Whatever's left of the gift goal, I'll update it. If we did the dollar train, we can knock that out very quickly. So we're announcing the dollar train right now. And let me update the gift goal while we play. Somebody contact Blue Chew. I've played an ad for them every day. They got to start paying me. Like, nobody's as soft as a conservative. Ladies, you know what I'm talking about. Those conservative men are soft as shit. That's why every time you go to a conservative podcast, it's like, and now to our sponsor, Blue Chew. Your dick can work again. You don't have to scream at women when your dick doesn't work. This'll fix it. That's true. You don't have to scream at women. All right. Was there any other ones here? Which one was this? I think I had one more O'Reilly clip from that same night.
Tons of it about the Pope. Kevin Parasol, Arnold.
Never mind. That was it. All right. I want to go to July 29th of 2003, where Republican Lincoln Chafee, who I think might have ran as an independent for president at one point, he was kind of Fox News' go-to guy to criticize Hillary Clinton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome.
He was one of the few Republicans that you could even put up there because he was one of few Republicans who opposed the Iraq War. So he was really useful when Hillary was running because she supported the Iraq War. And so for a little while, this was like a Republican sweetheart, but he wouldn't be very useful now as we're dragging our asses into another war.
Gentlemen, as you can see, a lot of the questions here relate to the high cost of the war, not only in resources, but in human lives, of course. And I'd like to get at...
Whatever you did, Sully, thank you. I don't know I can't see the notifications, but thank you.
the key question of what we're really doing there. And of course, in the months leading up to the war, there was a steady drumbeat of weapons of mass destruction, weapons of mass destruction, weapons of mass destruction. And Secretary Wolfowitz, in your almost hour-long testimony here this morning, only once did you mention weapons of mass destruction, and that was an ad lib. I don't think it's in any of your written testimony. And so we're seeing shifting justifications, I think, for what we're doing there. At a hearing in May, I asked Secretary Wolfowitz the question. A lot of your answer dealt with that'll help with the peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians. And now...
that was the argument. We were going to have peace in the Middle East. We're going to have peace in South America. All these things, these are all for peace. That's why we got to go in and kill people and steal their resources. For peace. We never get peace. It's a replay. That was bad shit talk, Ray. Come up with better shit talk. That was garbage.
There's been allegations that this will help with our war on terrorism, but we just haven't seen the proof of any linkage between Saddam Hussein and al-Qaeda. And now, today, it's the testimonies over and over again about what a despicable tyrant Saddam Hussein is, who brutalizes people. But at the same time, in Liberia, Charles Taylor's been indicted, and according to the prosecutor, he's responsible for the killing, raping, and maiming of 500,000 people. And the arrest warrant issued by the UN-backed court in Sierra Leone charged Taylor with unlawful killing.
We're watching Republican Lincoln Chafee in a congressional hearing in 2003 as one of the few Republicans who was not bootlicking our way into war. He is, I'm trying to remember, grilling Paul Wolfowitz, who was part of the Bush administration that was trying to drag us into war. So this would be Marco Rubio. This would be Pete Hegseth. This would be any number. What was Wolfowitz's exact title? Does anybody remember? Maybe we can pull an exact title here. He was the Deputy Secretary of Defense. So this is, I forget that, what's the guy's name that did the military strikes? That's who he would be.
Sexual and physical violence, use of child labor and child soldiers, looting, burning, and the murder of UN peacekeepers. And it also alleges that Taylor had a close alliance with the notorious murderous Revolutionary United Front in Sierra Leone. The RUF was infamous for dismembering its victims, having a cut hand unit to chop off limbs, and a burn house unit to torch houses of suspected opponents. And Taylor once had his 13-year-old daughter publicly flogged for misbehaving in school. At the same time, Human Rights Watch is saying that Charles Taylor is one of the single greatest causes of spreading wars in West Africa. And so all the testimony this morning, and indeed the submission of the op-eds, is about what a tyrant Saddam Hussein is, who brutalizes his people, but we're doing nothing in Liberia. So it comes back to the questions of the unified message coming from the administration as to what we're doing there. And
this is just exactly, this is a fucking one-to-one. There are atrocities being perpetrated by governments all over Africa, in the Middle East, certainly in Russia. Why aren't we there? In 2003, why was it Iraq? All of these, he was just pointing again to other places in the Middle East, to Africa. Why didn't we go there? Thank you, because they don't have oil. There's no way for us to make money off of those. We went to places where we make money. We're going to Venezuela because of money. It's a fucking lie, Republicans, when they tell you that this is about Maduro or it's about dictatorship or it's about democracy. It's never about those things. Otherwise, we would be everywhere. Yes, true. It's about military cash grab, and it's about Trump's oil donors. That's what it's about. You can always find a reason There's not a country in this world where we couldn't find enough corruption to justify invading them. Because that's all it really takes. Like they say we're going to war, and then they feed you like, look how bad Maduro is. Look how bad he is to his people. We've got to go in there to save these innocent people. Okay, but what about all these other places? Why aren't we in Africa right now? Yeah, because there's nothing to get there. Maybe we will go to Africa soon. And the more we're finding about the precious minerals that are in Africa, right now we're just partnering with the Qataris, and the Qataris are funding the wars in Africa so we can get access to those precious minerals. Right now we don't have to use our military. But yeah, but maybe we'll be there. Maybe that we're using private militaries in Africa. The point in showing you these videos is we have seen all of these arguments before, and they're always fucking wrong. They're always evil, and it's always a bunch of evil people convincing a bunch of well-intentioned. I'm giving you, MAGA, the benefit of the doubt. I believe that you are just trying to do what you think is right, but they're manipulating you, and they always do, and you have to learn from it sometime, or we'll always do it. This isn't the time when this isn't the one time that it's right. It's the same fucking playbook. And I think most of you know that. You just don't want to stop supporting Trump.
Why we didn't wait for the United Nations Security Council to do their inspections. Now we're in this endeavor, huge cost not only in resources but in lives. So I'll ask the question, Secretary Wolfowitz, give you a chance. What are we doing there?
Senator Chafee, what we have done there is to remove a regime that was a threat to the United States. We've said all along, if you go back to Secretary Powell's presentation to the United Nations, all three of those concerns were stated very clearly. The concern about weapons of mass destruction.
Check for Venezuela. They're literally doing the drugs are the weapons of mass destruction.
The concern about Saddam's links to terrorism, which are there.
Check. They're sending oil to Iran. Who are they connecting Saddam Hussein to? Iran. 2 for 2.
Not as clear as the case on weapons
Secretary,
of mass
just
destruction.
interrupt. I'm a cynic. So when you make these assertions, give some proof. A threat to the United States, how?
I'd suggest go back and read, if you want to give...
What do you think they're going to say? I bet you guys can predict what he's about to say. What is the proof that they're a threat to the United States? I know almost none of you have seen this. I want to see the guesses in the chat because I think you're going to guess. I think you're going to guess what his answer is. What's the proof that they're a threat? Rick, you have to stay on topic, bud. We're not talking about the fraud in Minnesota or anywhere else. We're not talking about any of that. We're talking about wars right now. And in this country that you have entered now, you have to play by our rules. You have to stay on subject or I deport you. You're being too specific. You're being a little too specific. Let me give you a hint. What is the evidence that Iran is a danger to us? What's the evidence that's always cited that Iran is a danger to us? Israel says so is close. But think of something Iran actually does. What does Israel say that Iran does that makes them a threat to us? Oh, I thought you guys were going to get this. They say death to America. There have been people in leadership that claim it. That's always the claim, right? And I'm not sure what he's going to say here too. I just wanted to see if we could predict it because I think that's what he's going to say. Some of you might be right.
An hour, we can have a different kind of hearing. But if you go back and read Secretary Powell's testimony, it is very clear. And it is the concern that the combination of weapons of mass destruction and terrorists poses a kind of threat which maybe 10 years ago we would have thought we could live with. And I would have said 10 years ago my whole view about Iraq would have been very different. 10 years ago I would have said Iraq, as terrible as it is a problem of the Iraqi people. I said all along I believe we should have given those people more help in getting rid of that tyrant. But September 11th put it in a different light and taking...
Did it? Now ask yourself, all of our intelligence, he's linking Iraq to September 11th. Now, with hindsight, did they have anything to do with September 11th? No. Let me offer this. What's the evidence that Maduro is using Tren de Aragua? That he's directing them? What's the evidence? The evidence is Pete Hegseth and our military told us so. What was his evidence? Colin Powell and our military told us so. They didn't have evidence. Now, at the time, we all went, oh, our military wouldn't lie to us. Our government wouldn't lie. Well, they lied. So what should we have learned from that? Never believe the government without them showing their work. Great. What are they currently doing? Hiding everything they're doing in Venezuela. They refused to show us the evidence that there were drugs on the boat. They refused to show us the evidence that links Maduro. It's the same playbook.
On that tyrant forcefully meant, in fact, if anything, that we had to take that threat more seriously. So all three of those concerns are stated.
Okay, tons of evidence. Name the evidence, ESP. What's the evidence that Maduro is directing TDA?
Secretary Powell's testimony. I talked about the mistreatment of the people.
Let me interrupt because my time is limited, unfortunately. You just said that this is, that 10 years ago you wouldn't have agreed to a regime change. However, in 1998, you as a member of the New American Century sent a letter to President
Senator,
Clinton.
I said something different.
No, wait a sec. You were saying that we're seeing it in the light of September 11th. That's just not true. You've been advocating for regime change all through the late 90s. And in this letter,
can I explain? There's a very clear
strategy
difference.
should aim above all. This is 1998. The strategy should aim above all at the removal of Saddam Hussein's regime from power. You signed that letter.
You can even see in the chat, like, people are just saying Iran's the enemy. Why is Iran the enemy? Because they said kill all Americans. How do you know that? I heard it. Who said it? What was it in reference to? Oh, I don't know. If somebody that works for the government in Iran said kill all Americans, then they're now our enemy and we can bomb them. There you go. I appreciate it. I appreciate you being honest, ESP. Let me get my CIA contact in chat. The point is, you're just believing them. We believed them in Iraq. We believed them in Afghanistan. We believed them in Vietnam. And every time they lied to us. So why is this time different? Because you like Donald Trump. That's the only difference. Why won't you admit that at least? The only difference here is that you like Trump. So now you don't think the government's lying anymore. This government would never lie to me. I love this guy. It's Donald Trump. That's it.
Senator, there's a very big difference. I was very clear. I don't know if it's in that letter, but elsewhere, I never thought before September 11th that we should use tens of thousands of American troops to do the job for the Iraqis. I never thought we should go to Baghdad, even at the end of the Gulf War, when I thought we should have done some other things we didn't do. I thought...
No, I'm not saying that you should have supported Kamala, even though you can't spell it. I'm saying that you should recognize what's happening right now. This is your mind has been broken by Trump. I'm asking you to oppose us going to Venezuela, and you just can't do it. You can't. You're like, oh well, if I disagree with Trump, then therefore that means I have to vote for Kamala. No, you can disagree with people that you vote for. You cannot be a little bitch. But you're exposing how your mind works right now. Oh, so if I disagree with Trump, then that means I must have voted for Kamala. No. It means ignore the fact that we had an election in November. You already voted. You can't change that vote. What you can change now is your actions. I don't want our military going to war. If enough of you were against us going to war, we wouldn't. If enough of you demanded that Donald Trump follow the law, then he would follow the law. But you don't. Because you have this idea that if you criticize him, then somehow you're going against the group. Or it's going to hurt something. Just be an adult and criticize something that you don't like.
Up until September 11th, that our job was to help the Iraqi people. I think the mistake we made in 1991 was they rose up against Saddam and they got no help from us. September 11th changed the stakes, in my view, for the United States and made it a different matter in terms of using American troops. The end is the same, but you're not
Who's your hero, ESP? Let's talk. Tell me who your hero is. Let's compare.
distinguishing the means, and the means are absolutely crucial. Putting American troops' lives at stake is something that we do when our security is threatened. Our security was threatened. The troops out there, I think, understand that it is threatened. I think they understand that they're part of fighting the war on terrorism as we go on today, and that is important. And by the way, I agree with you. Charles Taylor's a monster, and we are trying with the United Nations. And
Elon Musk. Now I know you're fucking with me. Yeah, I mean, Kaepernick's a substantially better person than Elon Musk.
With the West African states to get a plan together that will get him out of Liberia. We also need to do it in a way that doesn't bring on yet another kind of slaughter, because the people going after Charles Taylor may not be an awful lot better.
That's enough for today. I tried with the Republicans. I appreciate some of you Republicans that were here to have an honest discussion today. I do appreciate that. I know that it's a tough pill to swallow, and maybe you'll admit it to yourselves later. But what we're doing right now is a regime change war, and we get no benefit from it. And by supporting this, you're just supporting risking American lives, killing innocent people in Venezuela, all so that a couple of oil barons can make some more money. And that's all. That's all you're going to get from this. You will not stop drug trafficking. Even if you get rid of TDA, a new TDA will show up, and they'll be better, and they'll learn their lessons. You won't stop drug trafficking until you fix the drug problem in America. We will never cut off the supply. It's impossible to do it. Every time we knock down one of them, another one comes back that's stronger than ever. Regime change war just leads to more war. It's a stupid idea. And I hope that you guys, when you're on your own, think about it a little bit, because we're now risking the lives of Americans and innocent lives of Venezuelans for oil. All right. It is Friendly Friday. I appreciate all this. Let me get these super chats in, and then we'll do Friendly Friday for about 25 minutes. And then I got to get going. Philip said, thorium reactors, let your reps know you want this. Thorium reactors. What the fuck is a thorium reactor? I don't even know what thorium is. Or like thorium. A thorium reactor uses thorium as fuel, converting it into fissile uranium to generate energy, offering potential benefits like more abundant fuel, enhanced safety, especially in molten salt reactor designs, less long-lived nuclear waste, a reduced proliferation risk due to uranium reactors, though it faces challenges in initial fuel enrichment and costs. These advanced designs, like those developed by China and companies like Thorazon, aim for, the names are great, aim for modular, safer, and more efficient nuclear power by breeding their own fuel, potentially providing a sustainable energy future. I'll look into that. Thank you. I had never even heard of thorium. So there we go. Thank you, RC, for joining the train, and Jocelyn as well. Soli said, Jen will always be my blue chew. Hey, howdy. Thank you for joining the Dollar Train as well. Got that one. I do know I missed some super chats earlier. Let's see. Trump doesn't. Joseph said Trump doesn't force them to support. They do it willingly. That's true. But there is pressure. There's social pressure for them. Brad said they tell you what you should say. They tell you that you should say no to drugs. But if I'm talking about drugs, I probably already said that, or already said yes. I think I read that one. It was higher that I missed some. These are the ones I missed. Ryan sent Venmo for the bridge trolls. If you know, you know. Pink said, I've been reading Nobody's Girl, and it's hard to get through. Fuck anyone defending them, not exposing all the monsters in these files. I didn't know this. Iceblade, did I get this? Oh, no, yeah, I did get that one. Iceblade. Got those. Got Ryan, got Jeff. I know, Johnny, you were saying I missed one. I'm looking for it. I don't know where I missed it at, Johnny. I'm really sorry if I did. I haven't been able to see them, and it's hard for Jen to track them all. If I missed, that was yesterday. We just might have missed it, Johnny. So I'll just say this. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're feeling good. I bet it was a great joke about balls, and maybe you just come up. We can talk about it. All right, Jen, are we ready for Friendly Friday? For anybody who doesn't like me very much, you're going to hate the next little bit. The next 30 minutes are friendly people, and they might say nice things about me. So I don't know if you want to stick around for this, but you're welcome to stay. I'm here. All right, Jen, who's first?
Mama.
What's up, Mama?
Hell yeah.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey.
I've never been first to Friendly Friday, so I'm like, I can just jump in here real quick.
Yeah.
So thank you for going over everything that happened like 10, 20, 30 years ago. Because I think it's so easy for us to forget everything is so cyclical. And it's just hearing it like now is really weird because like I never drew the parallels before.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. Like if you take any video today, and if you can take like the theme of any Republican talking points today, just go Fox News, take any Republican senator, go into like Perplexity, that's what I use, or Chat GPT, play that video and say, can you find me a similar video from when we were invading Iraq? And it was like, this is a tenth of what I found today. It was amazing and alarming. It's the same rhetoric. It's the same thing. It's like, oh, this time it's different every time.
Yeah, and it's always like, oh, insert this country, they're bad. It's like, but that's what we said about all of these other places.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it's kind of it's eye-opening for me to like see all of this and hear all of this, and it's like, oh shit, okay.
Yeah.
Now it makes a lot more sense for me.
Good. I'm glad it helped.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yep. Anyways, don't do late night like RTP in the wild bullshit without recording it. Because I always miss it.
That's on Jen. That's on Jen, but it's mostly on me because I never know when I'm going to do it, and then I just spring it on her. And so if she's doing something,
it wasn't planned.
Yeah.
So I mean, if we have it scheduled ahead of time, I can try to do it. But I do have a life outside of Fallen J around. So
her OnlyFans, OnlyFans has been taken off.
Yeah, you're herding cats with us anyways, Jen. So no, I appreciate what you guys do. Just fucking keep kicking ass.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yep. All right. Have a good weekend, guys. Bye.
All right, Kirsten.
Hey.
So let me just get this out of the way. Wonderful show as always. You guys are amazing. Jen, my sister actually likes you. She likes it when you threaten to throat punch someone. And
do I usually threaten throat punching? I don't know if that's an unusual go-to.
No, the last Friendly Friday I showed her about, it was like the day after Thanksgiving when I talked to her. I showed her that clip, and she's like, "Oh, that's my type of gal." So I'm like, okay.
I did advocate for throat punching that day. I remember now. Got it.
Yeah, don't worry. She does that too. That's her favorite thing with me. Anyway, I have a question for you, Jay.
Yeah.
Are you center or left?
Am I center left?
Yeah,
I
are you
don't
like a
think
center? Like,
no, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think like when you do, it's hard to tell, but if you do like those political ideology, I'm going to be mostly like libertarian and progressive or left. I don't think many of my views are very. I don't think I have very many moderate views.
Okay.
By the way, this is Zach. By the way, I don't think I do either.
Hey, Ak,
but
we do this. I know you're new, but we go in kind of in order.
Yeah,
Everyone gets like.
okay.
You're good.
Well, thank you.
You're good.
Okay. Well, it's okay. Anyway, I thought, because like you said earlier today that you're like an independent, so I was just like kind of confused.
Well, I think I'm registered as a Republican. I just I see no reason for me to give any sort of allegiance to the Democratic Party. I don't think they stand mostly for what I stand for, but that's the case in every election. I never have an election where I'm voting for somebody that I agree with 100% of the time. So I wind up voting mostly for Democrats.
Understandable. I've been unaffiliated ever since, but I'm off. My time's up. I hope you and Jen in chat have a wonderful weekend, and I'll see you guys next time.
All right. See ya.
Bye.
ESP single payer would not make you. You could still be libertarian and single payer. You absolutely could.
All right. Are you still here? Amy.
Hey, Amy.
So, as the show is ending, I was seeing on TV that Mitt Romney, your buddy, he was saying how he thinks the rich need to start paying, including himself. And
we read.
Mostly, I bring it up.
Oh,
go ahead.
No. We read. He wrote our opinion piece in the New York Times that we read at the beginning. I think it's where it's coming from.
I probably missed the very beginning.
That's all right.
But anyway, I was just thinking about that because I know, like my dad, for instance, he lives just off of dividend. He doesn't even. I mean, he doesn't want to sell his stocks because he'll have to pay taxes.
Yeah.
And until he can figure out how not to pay taxes when he sells his stocks, he'll just hold the stock.
Yeah.
And he was kind of mentioning how that was a problem. But
well, and even then,
go back and listen to that.
Even then, he's going to pay capital gains, which is lower. So, like, it's proof that lowering these taxes doesn't mean that people will circulate the money. They'll just hold on to it until they can't hold on to it anymore, until they need to cash out, and then they'll cash out at a lower rate. That was the whole point of Romney's article too. He's like, these are well-meaning, or at least we can say, like, you know, an inheritance tax is good if you're passing down a family farm and you're not cash rich. You can't afford to pay the tax. But like the people who are actually using this are just ultra wealthy people, and they're just hoarding their wealth.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, because even my dad and myself, but when my grandfather was still alive, my grandfather just gave the max amount that he could gift every single year.
Yeah.
So imagine just adding an extra $30,000 to my income, and he can give it to me and my husband both. He can give it to my children every year, and tax-free to me and tax-free from him, for him.
Yeah.
It's kind of a ridiculous
like through a trust,
loophole.
probably. Is it through a trust? Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just I don't have to claim it on my taxes. My husband doesn't have to claim it on his taxes. So you're talking he can boost our income by $60,000 a year just by giving us money.
Yep.
And it doesn't cost him anything.
Yeah.
So anyway, not that he does, by the way. I'm just saying he can. Yeah. So, great show.
Thank you.
I never come up here, so I just want to say thank you to you and Jen. And I'll talk to you guys later.
This is the first time you came in? I know you chickened out a handful of times before, so I wasn't sure.
Just second time. I think I came in like a month ago or something for just a moment, but
well, it was a great
I'm getting more brave.
There you go.
I'm getting more brave. Okay, see you guys later.
See ya.
Bye.
All right, Q.
What's up, Q? Just deeply breathing.
Thank you. He's having his mic issues.
Yeah, can you skip me just real quick? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll come back to you.
Please,
Danielle.
thank you.
What's up, Danielle?
Oh, sorry, I was out of the app.
You're good. What's up?
Hi.
Hey.
Not much, kind of irritated, but I guess we still haven't talked. It's only been 2 months now that we were supposed to talk.
It's
so,
been a
you're
tough
great.
week. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I think tonight I might have some time. I'll DM you.
All right, how late though? Because I'm on the Eastern.
I don't know. I'll have to see when I get off
Eastern,
here. I'll have to see when I get off what the schedule looks like.
All right. Yeah, because I know you keep saying, like, I think it's this or I think that or whatever. And I understand where you're coming from because, like, nothing's for sure. But the problem is we all need to work together to pressure our states to replace this equipment. It's not so much about convincing people that the election was whatever. You know what I mean? It's about moving forward, and seeing what happened in Tennessee and seeing what happened in the Florida. Both of those happened after 24. So the system, you know what I mean? They're still in place. So like when we say, if they decide to steal the, millions of votes again, like it's not necessarily a decision that they need to make. Because I don't even think a lot of these candidates are even involved. You know what I mean?
No, I agree
I
with
think
you.
it's just like
I just think that the hard part is that in order to create that pressure, in order to get like it's going to take more. If me or any other content creator just gets up and says like there's a problem with the voting machines, pressure your elected leaders. If we can't explain what it is and we can't explain and we can't say like this is more likely than some of the other ways this could have happened. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to at least get the narrative right and do it an honest way, because I do think that a lot of people did this with the 2020 election and the data wasn't any good, and that's why we are where we're at now. Is that nobody believes stolen election claims, and so you've got to give them a pretty good story that's backed with some data. That's what I'm having a hard time doing. Admittedly, I'm sure you can clear some of that stuff up.
That's why I want to. Yeah, that's why I want to talk, because we have not just evidence for 24, but we have evidence going way back of all the. So we'd be very, very easy to prove to people that there's a danger. And then the last thing I just want to say, so everybody knows, this is not voter fraud. The voters did nothing wrong.
Right.
At all whatsoever. It's completely different. Like election fraud and voter fraud are two very different things. And like I said, again, I don't even think all the candidates were involved.
Yeah.
Like it's just, like I said, it's with these systems and all that. So once me and RTP talk and we can come up with a plan on how to convince people, you know what I mean, to just, like I said. So anyway, I know my time's up.
Did you find any info on that?
Please,
I don't remember.
don't forget me.
Did you find any info on that guy that we were talking about? I don't remember his name.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them actually connected. You said with Tina Peters
Yeah, that guy.
and all that.
Yeah, DM him to me. I'll get to. We'll do it today. I promise.
Okay.
I promise.
All right. Cool.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Jen. And have a good day, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, Q.
Hello. How's everybody doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. I was transitioning to the car to take my nephew to a basketball game.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, work. So I was just going to point out to you, like towards the end here, you were talking about Venezuela and everything, and you were saying that eventually, Africa will be next. And I want to make sure to push back to you that I think that Africa's already on the board. It just flies under the radar more because the exact same playbook that's being used for Venezuela is being used for Burkina Faso. And now they're starting to want to branch out to Niger and Mali as well because of the fact that Ibrahim Traoré in Burkina Faso has nationalized the resources and kicked out foreign interests, including France, but rather than the U.S. And that is actually causing France's economy to totally tank right now.
Yeah.
I don't want to interrupt. I want to say thanks, James, from the internet for the raid on Twitch.
Thanks, James.
Yo, what up, James?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think I wasn't super clear. What I was trying to say is that like actual U.S. forces on the ground aren't there yet, but it's largely because we're working through. I don't know if you want to call them subsidiaries, but like Eric Prince has his mercenary army down in there working with what are they? Rebels. Qatar is funding it. The Saudis are funding it. We're just kind of letting all the proxies do the work. So it is happening. We just haven't invaded yet.
Yeah, and I don't know whether you did or didn't see it before that, like, even when Ibrahim Traoré originally took command of Burkina Faso, like, they had the African commander of American Affairs or whatever speak out against him. And it was basically like a WMD style BS session where he's like, this man is evil and trying and blah, blah, blah. Just crap. So, yeah.
I'm with you. Appreciate that. I might pick your brain. I'll DM you. I have some questions.
Absolutely. Appreciate it.
All right, man.
Hey,
Enjoy
everybody have a great weekend. As long as it goes, fuck Tex, fuck Trump.
Thanks, dude.
Thanks a lot, Captain Strays.
Yeah, always. Hey, and Jen is amazing.
There you go.
All right. That's some weird stuff. Bye. Have a good weekend.
Anytime. Bye, guys.
All right, Ack, now it's your turn.
Well, I was going to ask to go last. Can I make that option or no? I want to hear what everybody say.
Yeah, that's fine. All right. So, Trevor.
Hey, what's up, everyone?
What's up, Trevor?
Hey, so first of all, thanks to you and your team for everything you do. try to tune in as much as I can. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
Secondly, I wanted to also thank you for the statements that, like, if you really want to respect troops and veterans, is just don't send them to war in the first place.
Yeah.
That's respecting the fact that their lives, matter. As
Yeah.
controversial as that might sound. I get in this argument with my dad all the time because I am a veteran and he was not. He wasn't, because he was injured as a youth and was unable to serve in any capacity. But he thinks that because he considers himself patriotic, that his opinion about my experiences in the military are just as valid as my own experiences. And that's always a really hard one to like get through to him.
Yeah.
Right. So like he sees criticism of the military as disrespectful, regardless of its content or validity.
Yeah, and that's what sucks. It's like it's such a fucked up thing that people do too. Because if you're in the military, 98% of you are following orders. So what you're doing isn't like it's not a reflection on your decisions or your intelligence. It's you're there for a mission. You're given instructions. Oftentimes, you're just only given the instructions that you need, so you may not see the bigger picture. So it's such a it's such a gross defense that like the actual leaders use. Pete Hegseth fucking does this all the time. He did it with the strikes on Iran. And everybody criticized him and Donald Trump for making that decision. And he's like, how dare you be disrespectful to these pilots who did the mission? It's like, bitch, nobody was fucking talking about the pilots. Like they did what they were supposed to. Nobody's upset with them. Nobody's disrespecting them. We're questioning you. And I hate when they do that. Pete Hegseth's the worst. He hides behind the service members all the time. He uses them as a shield to avoid criticism. And that's what's really fucking gross.
Yeah. Right. No, and he's absolutely disgusting. God, I was just watching a documentary on McNamara, I think, and listening to him speak publicly and then listen to Hegseth speak. It's like we just decided, like, no, intelligence doesn't matter anymore. Let's have toddlers be in charge. Like, that's way cooler.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of that has to do with like just American culture around war is mostly around like war movies, right? Like we have this obsession with
Trevor,
valor
I
and
have to
honor.
remind you, we're trying to get everybody like.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Last thing I want to say is though, nuclear technology on thorium. Look up Kirk Sorensen. He runs a company now called Flibe Energy, but he used to work for NASA. Got interested in this topic. Did a whole like 2-hour video on it. It's called LFTR, Liquid Fluoride Thorium Reactor. It's called Lifter in 5 minutes.
Can you DM that to me on Discord? Otherwise, I'll forget.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's super interesting. It'll teach you about nuclear power, how the technology works, and why we can do so much better than the technology that we're currently using.
Dope. Can't wait. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
See ya.
All right, Marlene.
Hey. Marlene, I don't know what's happening in the Twitch chat, but
a little bit of a delay for the mute button, you know.
You're good.
Good to talk to you again. Hope you're doing well. And that's it for the small talk because you hate it.
Thank you.
Go back to one of your topics from earlier in the week, and I don't remember which day because I haven't been able to listen live at all this week. I've had to do the replays. But you were talking about the hospitalization and healthcare, and I think you said that the average cost just for the bed is $1,000 a day. Is that what you found?
I didn't pull the average cost. It was from a video of a lady breaking down her hospital stay, and she was there for 2 days. And it was, if I remember correctly, it was like $17,000 just for the bed for 2 days.
Yeah. But the bed includes a lot of things that are not broken out.
Right.
The nursing care is considered part of the bed. The whole nursing staff, including tech and administration and charge nurse and all the people that don't even come in and see the patient, is included in that bed.
Yeah, I think the point I was trying to
Is
make
included in that.
Oh.
You know, there's a lot of things more than just a room.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make with that is that they use that bed, they use the bed as like a blanket charge, and I think that they do that to hide what they're paying. Because if that was broken down honestly, you would see the nurse and you'd be like, okay, that makes sense. You would see the doctor, you'd be like, that makes sense. You would see the administrators, you'd be like, that makes sense. And then you'd see like the dividends, you'd be like, wait a minute. And then you might see like money paid to CEOs and investors, and you'd be like, wait a minute. I think the point of that was to say like they're not showing you the true costs. They're just doing like this blanket charge, and who knows like what percentage of that. I think if it was if they weren't hiding something, they would show like here's where it goes to the nurse, to the staff. Even though you could break it down as staff like wages, but they don't do that on purpose to purposely hide. I think, at least in that bill, private investors and money to people who aren't really important to the care.
Yeah. Well, I only ever worked for non-for-profit hospitals, so I don't know how that works with private investors.
That's a good clarification, though, that I need to make sure in the future that I make sure that I explain that better.
Get around it with donors, you know. It's not like not like they aren't still making that bottom line, you know.
Yeah.
With all they get you give kickbacks to and things to their donors.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm over my time. Have a great weekend.
I appreciate that, Marlene. That was good context. Thank you. I always appreciate talking
Know
to you.
that I'm always here, lurking.
Good. Lurk away. See you soon.
All right. Positive impact.
Hey.
Hey.
All right. Well, thank you so much for all you guys do. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
And yeah, it is really interesting reflecting back on different wars and the justification. So I was also a Republican, grew up in a Republican household, worked for Lockheed Martin, and my dad was in aerospace and a defense contractor, his whole career. And just being part of the military industrial complex, you have a lot of pride in the U.S. Military, and you really do think that you're doing the right thing when you're there. And having that different perspective and being able to look at it now, it's like, geez, it's like I did like the more aerospace things that I worked on there, but when I think about the more military contracts and stuff, it's it's crony capitalism for sure, and it's about a lot of white men making a lot of money.
Yeah, and these people, Boeing, Lockheed, like they've spent a considerable amount of money on Trump's election campaign and donating to his funds. Boeing has not had a good couple of years. This would be a prolonged war and some sort of rebuild. This would be great for Boeing, for Lockheed. And those are two places that struggle when we're not at war. And what do we think when they give the president or politicians millions of dollars? What do we think that money's for? If they need war to profit, then what do you think they're paying for?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So anyways, I really appreciate it. I know you guys do a lot of work. And I'm a huge fan, and I appreciate it. And Jen, you're the best.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
I thought I called on Devo. That was my bad. So Devo, you're next.
Hey.
No worries. Hopefully my sound isn't complete dog shit this time. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I've heard every word so far.
Okay, good. I know last week was a disaster, but really quick, because I know we're close on time. Candy cane's so expensive.
This is crazy. Immediately, it sucks. Is somebody unmuted?
I am. I'm sorry.
Let me mute you real quick. That might be cutting it off. Let's see. Try again, Devo.
Seriously? Is it still shit?
I think it's because Zach was unmuted. I think it was just picking that up. It's probably a Discord thing. Go ahead.
Okay, round two. If not, I'll just hang up and have a good weekend. But why was the candy cane so expensive?
Why was the candy cane so expensive?
Yes.
I don't know.
It was in mint condition.
Thank you. Yes.
All right. Have a good weekend. Go Bills.
See ya.
Bye.
Okay. Let me stop asking.
Okay, I'm ready. Say sucks.
Thank you.
He's playing VR and he was like, wait, I have to right now?
That's
like,
right.
Yes, you do.
Goddamn right. Thank you. It's good parenting.
What's he playing on VR?
Thank you. He's playing Fun Monkey Horror, or no, he's playing UGG right now. It's a dinosaur something or other.
Did you say fun monkey whore?
Fun Monkey Horror.
Horror. Okay. I was like, Jesus. Okay. That makes more sense. Sorry. My bad.
Sorry, yeah, we'll chalk that up to either your bad hearing or my lovely accent.
Dealer's choice.
Exactly. All right. Anyway, love you. You suck. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
All right. So Cam's got a new name.
Yeah. Eat shit, Cam. Nice loss to the Seahawks last night. Fucking idiot.
Hey, I'm still here.
Yeah.
Still here.
Tied for second place.
Did you see that 2-point conversion?
I didn't see any of it.
Oh, it was the craziest one. I'm not saying like it was like wrong or anything, because I know some people are like, wait, what the hell?
Wait,
the rule?
I did see it. I don't know what happened. I saw it without sound. It looked like he threw it, then the ball was just like, I didn't know what they were trying to figure out there. I did see it, but I don't know what happened.
So it was ruled incomplete, right, at first, because Arnold threw it to his left, and then he just didn't catch it. It rolled into the end zone, like dead play. Well, then they figured out, they're like, wait a minute, that was technically not a forward pass. So even though the play was blown dead, they ruled it was they ruled it as a not a forward pass. So technically, it's like a fumble.
Oh, okay.
So it just rolled forward. They just assumed it was. Well, it just so happened that one of the the Seahawks players, just happened to be the one to pick the ball up, after the play. It was in the end zone. So technically, that's ruled a good 2-point conversion.
That's what I saw. So what I saw is he touched it, but there was like a whistle that was blown. Anyways, fuck you guys. You deserve it.
There's a rule that goes back to a game that happened, like I think in 2009 or whatever. Or if that happens, and there's like, as long as you can't move the ball forward, if that happens, if the play's already blown dead, like if it goes forward, it doesn't count. But technically, it was already in the end zone, so there's no forward from there.
So you can't advance it. Okay.
Technically, it was good. So
what happens if the Niners win out? If the Niners win out and beat the Seahawks, do they win the division?
Well, they still suck, but they technically
same record as you.
Both the Seahawks and Niners, if they win out, whoever wins out between the two gets it. But there's a weird situation where we still get the number 1 seed. If I forget what it was, one of you loses, then one of you wins the game between you two. We can still win it. So that's a weird one.
Well, I hope it doesn't work out for you.
It's an insane division, so that's all.
Okay. All right. But, good to see you, dude.
Anyways, catch you later.
All right, see ya. All right, Ak. Save the best for last.
Yeah, your turn.
Oh, I gotta unmute him probably. Hold on. There we go. Now you're good.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I had muted. My bad.
Sorry for breaking protocol. I'm sorry, I'm new.
That's all right. You're good.
Hey, I just want to say I appreciate you, brother. You got a sarcastic attitude. I don't know what you ever did before you started doing this, but I'm a construction worker, and you kind of got that kind of attitude. You know what I'm saying?
My dad was a contractor. I might have picked some up. It's possible.
Yeah. Hey, so that was a lateral, is what they called that. It hit Verse in the head. I'm a Lions fan, by the way.
Okay.
So,
I like the Lions.
Yeah. So I live in Florida, right? And listen, I'm all for getting the criminals out of the country. You know what I'm saying? The guys that really did something wrong.
Sure.
But the guys that are up on, I told you I'm a construction worker. Guys up on my job site, I don't know if they're legal or not, but they can't speak like English. I don't know if they are, but them are some hardworking MFers. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
They roll up on job sites here and just take them off. The the age of the worker tradesman is going up. It's not coming down. There's no new people coming into the trades. That's what bothers me. They're just getting rid of people, and there's nobody to replace. It's raising housing costs.
Yeah.
The tariffs are raising costs. Like in the last 11 months, like $50K it went up just for the same house here.
Jeez.
But anyways, what I really want to tell you about is I know you ain't gonna have time, but I don't know the difference between universal health care and single payer like Medicare for all. And I really appreciated the conversation yesterday.
Oh, appreciate it.
I'm trying to figure that out.
So universal healthcare can mean a lot of things. It's kind of like it's more of a blanket term. So you use universal healthcare to kind of talk about all these countries. Some of them have universal healthcare, some have single payer. But universal healthcare would be like the government is in control of all healthcare, meaning that they would control, like they'd pay the doctors, the nurses, they'd own the hospitals. Single payer replaces insurance. So single payer healthcare is where a single group pays for all the healthcare. So in Bernie Sanders' Medicare for all, we wouldn't hire doctors, we wouldn't necessarily run the hospitals. All we would do is we would pay the doctors for the care that they give. So there's different types of like healthcare programs. All of them are single payer, but that's what I advocate for. But universal healthcare would be more like it's the health insurance plus the healthcare itself. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, well, kind of. Like I say, I'm a construction worker. I'm working on it. All right, brother. Hey, man, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Jen. We'll talk soon, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. We'll see you soon.
All right.
Ash.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, so I got two choices. I can
right.
either tell you the quick story about when I took half of Viagra, or I could give you an announcement about a live to go to tonight.
Tell me about the live to go to.
Okay, good choice.
Thank you.
So, if that's okay, do you mind if I share that information?
No. Do you need a screen?
Okay. No.
Okay.
So if you guys are bored tonight, Facts Still Matter and I and Audie for Education are doing a live on the manosphere and whether men are capable of loving themselves. So if you'd like to tune in for a couple hours tonight, it's going to be happening at 6 Central, 7 Eastern.
Over on Facts?
It's going to be on Facts Live, yeah.
Maybe I'll tune in.
Yep.
All right.
That's it.
Jade in the chat said, not me saying Viagra out loud. Jade, you DM Ash if you want to hear the story, I guess.
It just works the same for us. That's it.
That's enough.
All right. See ya. Bye.
Jen, anything?
There's a grant that I guess he got banned yesterday in TikTok chat. He's coping really well.
Oh.
He's got all kinds of weird things to say.
Does he still not know that he is able to come up here and debate? I saw when he first came in complaining that we couldn't debate. But I don't remember why he got banned. But Grant, next time you come, you could just join.
I think he wants to debate in the comments, and then he wanted to debate other people.
Oh, he's just lonely.
Now he's on this. He's calling us communists, where he doesn't know what I'm guaranteed he doesn't know what communism is. And then also he doesn't. He doesn't clearly understand consent when certain people don't want to engage with him, and he keeps pressing it. So now he's saying he wants to sue.
Yeah, okay. I've never met anybody very impressive named Grant, and this seems to follow in that logic. So we'll see.
Yeah.
All right. I see Jamar said, war is so fucking stupid. Why can't we just let women lead? And also, my penis leans right, but my views are left for sure.
Got the whole chat obsessed with him.
Did I miss any other super chats?
No, I think that's all. Let me check Venmo again. I'm sure there's nothing else that I didn't see.
I missed Jen 420. She said TGIF, fuck Donald Trump. That was the one I was looking for earlier. Oh, I did. There is Johnny's. They were right together. Johnny said Epstein files equals blackmail. Blackmail equals reason to hide it. I found it, Johnny. I hope you're still here. I love you, and I hope you're feeling good. Miss Callie Cass said you're funny. Thanks. Appreciate that. MT Clark said, happy holidays, guys. Last Xmas gift on my list. Looking forward to 2026 without you know who. Brion says, get in your cellars. There's no limit what he will go to distract us. He's making wars up. facts. Those are the ones I had missed earlier. All right. Anything else, Jen?
No, Grant's just begging to get. He wants to get banned. Ban me. I mean, you ban me. You call me fascist.
You have to pay if you have to pay for Jen's abuse. Mary said, for daily listeners, really appreciate what you do. Thank you, Mary. And Damien says, it's a beautiful day in Arizona. Have a good weekend. It is. And maybe I'll get out to the golf course this weekend. I'm hoping I get some a chance to do that. All right, everybody. We will see you Monday morning and every weekday morning, 8:30 a.m. to noon Pacific Standard Time, right here, either on Twitch or YouTube. I don't know if we'll ever be back on TikTok again. We'll find out. Currently permabanned, and we'll see. Grant, I hope you have a really good weekend. Might I suggest next time getting here early and learning how to use Discord, because you have survived this round. But you being a whiny bitch is going to get really frustrating on Monday. So there's a good chance we'll just ban you forever. Or figure out how to use Discord, come up. You can debate me or Jen. If you'd like to debate Jen, I'll take some time off. For the rest of you, take care of yourselves. Take care of your mental health. Drink lots of water. Get outside and touch some grass if the grass is available to you. If not, stay inside and smoke some grass. We'll see you guys bright and early Monday morning. Stay cute and cool, and have a great summer. Open Borders is the nickname I gave to Grant's mom. Have a wonderful weekend.